I'm just so thrilled.
And I couldn't believe the person that's going to be facilitating its resume. Are you kidding me? That's perfect.
She's fantastic.
It's like I said, maybe I should hire her as a private tutor.
Well, come and do the event, and then you can see what you think.
Okay.
Because that would be free that way.
You do?
I do, yeah, it's done.
I have it.
Okay.
Make sure you get
Start
on.
without me if I mess around.
Let's see who's here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's see who's not with us.
If we're missing Trustee Lowell and Trustee Miller, oh, there's Trustee Lowell right there.
Okay, we can start as soon as he gets on.
And I don't see Victoria either unless she's in the room with you.
She's having trouble with her internet connection.
Okay.
She said to start without her if we need to. We'll see how long it takes Greg to get on.
And Dolores, can you give Ken the ability to share a screen when we're ready for that?
I'm sorry, what did you say, Brandon?
Does Ken have the ability to share his screens and put up his PowerPoint?
You know, I believe he can. Let me double check.
Okay.
While Dolores is double checking, Counselor Feldman, Brandon, let us know that you're one of the foremost experts in the field, and we look forward to your presentation tonight, sir. You can start whenever you're ready.
Okay, well, thank you all. It's nice to see you. I haven't had much opportunity in the last year or so to interact with anyone in Lions other than Brandon and Victoria. So it's nice to get a chance to speak to you directly and talk about an issue that is a great passion for me and one that I love working with local governments on, and that's broadband opportunities. Let me say at the outset that it's my understanding this is an informational, educational Q&A session. I understand that the town has not made any official positions known or statements of intent or anything like that. This is really just to give you some background and some understanding of what we've seen in Colorado and in other parts of the country, so that as you go forward and talk about how you may want to improve broadband in Lions, you'll get an opportunity to have a little bit of background. So let me see if I can share my screen. And let's see. Can you all see my computer screen there?
Yep, it's looking good.
Okay, now if I go to presenter view, I'm just wondering whether do you see one slide or do you see all the different things on here?
We see your notes and stuff, Ken.
The speaker notes.
All right,
Yeah.
well, I'm not going to let you do that. So we will just go from and do it this way. How's that?
There you go.
All right, now we've got a full screen. So the first thing I want to do is to let you know that as much as we work a lot in this area, we have colleagues around the country who we work with and we rely on and we learn from. And our friend Jim Baller in Washington, D.C. is probably the dean of municipal broadband in the United States. And he is someone that we're proud to call a colleague, but also someone that we learn from every time we hear him and his colleagues present. And some of the information that I've got to share with you this afternoon is information that we have learned from Jim and his colleagues. So I wanted to make sure he got credit. So what we're going to cover, what are the potential benefits from municipal broadband, and what are the different kind of projects you can do, and how do you plan for them, and what are the different types of public-private partnerships? How do we get into negotiations, agreements? Again, we're not going to get into any of these in great detail, but it should give you a flavor of the variety of ways that this is done around the country. All right, now where's my advance button? There we go. So potential benefits. One is when a municipality begins providing a broadband network, it oftentimes creates a challenge for whoever the incumbent provider or providers are, because they don't want to lose customers, and they are motivated to deliver a better quality product when they know that the local government is bringing in some form of competition, either directly or through a public-private partnership. You know, if you have competition is great. It's hard to get competition in a Denver suburb or in the city and county of Denver, let alone in a smaller community. But they do exist in some places. And when you have competition, usually that benefits everyone. So expansion of economic opportunities, new business coming into town, all of those kind of things can benefit from competition. This slide was taken from one of Jim's presentations, and basically shows that in some of these communities that you see on the left, these are all communities that have started recently, like Fort Collins, or in some cases like Lafayette, Louisiana, and Chattanooga, Wilson, North Carolina, have been doing it for a long time. That there are a number of different ways that a local government's costs can go down from a municipal broadband effort. So if you think about bringing better broadband to a community, one of the benefits is to benefit your citizens and all the different kinds of uses that they're going to make from it. Another benefit is that ultimately it can help reduce the cost of municipal operations. So when we think about what kind of projects you might want to do, or any community might want to do, the first step is to dive in a lot more detail even than we're going to discuss this afternoon, and determine what are the needs really. And when I say that, there's some communities that say we want to get into this because our citizens have really slow broadband. Some communities want to get into it because it's primarily an economic development tool. In the last year, if this pandemic has shown us anything, there are now communities who have realized that for educational purposes, we need better broadband for people to be able to access in their homes. So there are a variety of reasons. Usually all of those reasons are important. I think any community that has done this in the past, all of those things are important, but there may have been one or two key issues that they really wanted to focus on. And then what level of technical expertise do you have in-house? How involved do you want to be? Some communities want to own some of the network and get the benefits of that, but they do not want to have anything to do with interacting with customers. So what's the level of involvement that a town would be willing to undertake? What kind of legal constraints do we have? Every community in Colorado has that state law, Senate Bill 152, that creates a hurdle. Like many other communities, Lyons has already overcome that hurdle with a 152 opt-out election. I think that's right, Brandon? Yep. Okay. So anyway, what's your risk-taking limits? That's another thing. Some communities are much more willing to go out on a limb, and others are not. So when we look at the different kind of skills that are needed in doing the project planning, and I'm going to talk about this in a little bit more detail in a second, building and managing infrastructure. Town of Lyons has a municipal electric utility. So in addition to roads and bridges and those kind of things that most other municipalities deal with, you also have an electric utility that you've had experience with, which is a benefit. how experienced are we in what kind of expertise we need to get to raise funds? Are we looking to provide services mostly for internal use to the public, to some of the institutions that may have high bandwidth needs in the town? And then we look at, all right, if we're not gonna do it by ourselves, and that is one way to do it, and one way that ought to be considered, and we look for a private sector partner, what are some of the skills that a private partner can bring to a project? If you hire a company that's in this business, they obviously have a lot more experience in how to design a network, how to build a network, and how to operate and maintain a network. They've got more experience in marketing. They may have more experience in raising capital funds to make their network go. And then the last one is, is there anything that's definitely, we're never going to do that? Because if there are any limitations, if the town's deciding we might go forward with a municipal broadband project, but never under any circumstances would we ever do this. And again, in some communities, that's interacting as the actual service provider with the customers. Then we know, well, that eliminates one option to look at. Let's look at some of the other options. So I mentioned this briefly earlier. The local governments around the country that we see that have been the most successful in operating kind of standalone municipal broadband operations, and even some that are public-private partnerships, are those that have a municipal electricity. You already have experience dealing with customer relationships. You've done the billing, you've done the technical support, you own the infrastructure that a broadband network will need, like poles and wires and conduits and all those kind of things. And it's probably likely that at least the potential anchor tenants, the larger entities within the town alliance that would have high bandwidth capacity, and that would be town hall, it would be a school, it would be a bank or a larger business. Most likely your electric utility facilities are already there connecting those structures. So any entity that already is a municipal electric utility has a leg up and a better chance of success as it starts to look at municipal broadband provision. Financing. There are a lot of different things to look at here, and the list on the right, the federal and state programs are getting bigger with, again, I think in large part in reaction to the pandemic, and on the federal level to the change in administrations. On the public sector financing, you're probably familiar with most of the things in that bullet point list. And if you have raised revenue in the past, you've had experience with some of those. I know Victoria is very familiar with these different options. Everything on that list, that's why we hire bond counsel, and we have municipal finance experts to work with us on those issues. On the federal side, there is a lot of money that just got issued under the American Rescue Plan. A significant amount of the infrastructure money in that plan can be used by local governments for broadband. If you want to talk about that in any kind of detail later, we can. I would tell you that some of that money goes directly from the federal government to local governments. Some of it goes from the federal government to state governments, and then the state, if it wants to, may create programs to funnel it to local governments, which is exactly what the state of Colorado has done with broadband. It hasn't had final passage yet unless it passed today, but House Bill 1289 is a state bill for broadband funding. It puts money into 3 different pots for broadband funding. And up until about a week and a half ago, that was going to be state money. And the legislature decided at the last minute, wait, we got to take all this federal money that we're getting out of the rescue plan and use that to fund our broadband plan, which is actually a good thing for us. But so that's one possibility. And then, of course, if the president can get an infrastructure bill through the Congress, there will be a lot more broadband money there. And there's probably 10 other bills that are pending in Congress now with various chances of success that would create separate funds for broadband. The Federal Communications Commission has a variety of programs, the E-rate for schools and libraries. There's a Connect America Fund that's already underway. Unlikely that will help Lions very much. There is a new emergency broadband benefit program, which creates a subsidy for your citizens who have certain, it's either based upon economic situation or other kinds of impacts, including those from the pandemic, that would allow people who subscribe to broadband to get subsidies for their bills. Now, of course, if you don't have great broadband in the town, that a subsidy isn't going to help very much, but that's one opportunity. There are usually pretty good loan programs that exist through the Rural Utility Service, which is part of the Department of Agriculture. I'm not going to go into all these in great detail, except to mention the state issues at the end. When I mentioned that there were 3 grant programs, the state is creating a digital inclusion fund, which is to provide monies to help. Again, this would require, in most cases, there to be broadband capabilities, and it would be funding to help people get access to that broadband network that they might not otherwise be able to afford. We have a state middle mile program, which is funded through DOLA. Middle mile is basically the broadband network. Think of a fiber optic ring that we would run throughout the town of Lyons. It would not be last mile connections that would go from your main streets into people's homes and businesses, but a fiber backbone throughout the town, through all parts of town, preferably with redundant connections to the broad internet pipes in at least 2 different places. DOLA funds those kinds of network improvements, and then there's a last mile fund that is available through, it used to be through DORA, and it's now being transferred to the Colorado Broadband Office, which is part of the Office of Information Technology. And that is only available to private sector entities. But theoretically, if there was a public-private partnership, a private sector partner that was partnering with a local government could get access to some of those grant funds. So lots and lots of different opportunities for funding if this is something that eventually gets pursued. Anytime we look at how to build one of these networks, we start on public rights of way, which is where these wires are going to have to go. As a local government, we have police power over control of the right of way, but we can't have regulations that create a barrier to entry or favor one company over another. We can't pick winners and losers in this marketplace. And there's both state law and federal law that imposes those restrictions. Our state law also gives all telecom companies the right to be in the rights of way. So while we can regulate how they trench and where they trench, or when you can restrict the use of poles, what kind of repair standards and warranties they have to give us, you can't say no. You can't say to a company, we don't want you for whatever reason. And you also can't require a franchise agreement from them. So you can't say, we'll only let you come to town if you give us these benefits. We are required by state law to allow them in. So if you're looking at, and I probably should have spelled this out, the 3rd bullet point where it says P3, that's short for public-private partnership. If the challenge that we have when we look at public-private partnerships is, how do we create some kind of program that's going to entice a private sector partner to come to town and help us build and operate a broadband network, but do it in a way that doesn't create a separate set of rules for one company, so that any incumbents that are there now, or anybody that would come in next week or next month or next year, would be able to say, well, wait, your regular regulations say we have to do this, but these guys over here got to play by a different set of rules. So it can be done, and it has been done, but it's always a challenge. If you are bringing in a partner, they're usually looking at, how do we get through the permitting process quickly? Are there some kinds of things we can do that we know ahead of time that we're going to get approved for one way to do the deployment as opposed to another. A lot of times these companies come in and they want reduced fees, which gets a little bit problematic unless you can do it in such a way that you really wouldn't get stuck losing the right to impose fees in the future on other users of the rights of way. Again, there are ways to get creative. A lot of times, and this is more so in the larger communities, companies that are coming in want to make sure there are dedicated inspectors so they know they're not going to have to wait 3 or 4 days every time they're done with their part of the work and they're waiting for the town inspector to come in and give them the go-ahead. How do we control the infrastructure? So the rights of way, as I mentioned, we have these state and federal laws that require us to allow these companies to use the rights of way. In those cases, we have regulatory control. But if there's any town property that's owned and can be used in connection with a broadband network that is not rights of way, then you're not acting in your regulatory capacity, you're acting in your proprietary capacity. And there are definitely fewer restrictions and fewer limitations. So you have much more flexibility. So to the extent that there are any town-owned structures that a company might benefit from using in connection with a network, or if a tower site is needed and there is a park or a public works facility or someplace where it might be appropriate to put up a site, whether it was a cell tower or a stealth kind of site, that if it was in a park and you didn't want to, damage the view, in those kind of situations, the town has more flexibility. And that's one of those things that in project planning, we look at what kind of inventory do we have that might help a partner come in, and what's the best way that we can leverage that to try to get a good partner. And then we get into the different kinds of public-private partnerships. And I hesitate to even get into this kind of discussion because other than the base case, which is the town doing it in itself, every one of these models have multiple variations of the model. So it's not like that either the town does it itself or does one of these 3 models. There are a variety of ways within the models, but if you think about it, and there's something intuitively logical about this, the more money that the town invests in the network, the more control you're going to be able to have when you're sitting down at the negotiating table and determining what the rules are going to be with a private partner. If there's a reliance that you expect the private partner to invest all of the money in the network, they've got the monetary risk and they're going to want more control over what happens with that network. And then just imagine the sliding scale that goes up or down. I recall a few years ago, it's going back now a number of years. I won't mention the name of the municipality, but let's just say a university town that knows how special it is. There were some folks that thought, oh, we could entice anyone to come here and spend the money on their own to build a fiber to the premises network everywhere in this town. And after 3 years, they'll just give it to us and then we'll own it. And they'll do that because we're such a cool place to be. And a few people were not so pleasantly surprised when they found out that it may be a beautiful place to be, but that doesn't justify building a network and then giving the keys over to someone who didn't pay for it. So I'll talk a little bit about these models. So, the first one is the community invests in it, builds it, operates it, maintains it. Longmont is probably the best example of this. They do a great job. They made the decision that they were going to do it. If you look back at the history of Nextlight, Longmont actually went out to the private sector first, and they tried to find a private sector partner. And they actually had a private sector partner sign up with them and then went under. And it was only after that effort failed, multiple efforts to get a private partner failed, did Longmont say, if we're going to do this, we need to do it ourselves. And that's how Nextlight developed. We certainly have other examples at other places in Colorado. When we talk about a predominantly private investment, you bring in a private sector partner, and basically we say, look, we're going to make it as easy and as fast for you as we can. Here's our streamlined permitting process. Here are the ways that you can get easy access into our streets. Here's dedicated inspectors. So when you snap your fingers and say, we're ready for our inspection, someone will be there in 10 minutes. You try to provide that ease of deployment, but basically the company takes all the financial risk in getting this put together. Google is the best example of that, where Google Fiber has gone into a handful of communities around the country. And as I alluded to a little bit earlier, you have to make sure that you don't inadvertently create some new regulatory framework for one private partner that's going to force you to have to do pieces of it with others. I mean, there's a way to say and justify different treatment, that if a company comes in and they want to build a fiber to the premises network and connect every home and every business in the town of Lyons, we will give them these breaks. And then if you get one company to come in and do it next week, and then let's say you have an incumbent cable provider who says, well, I shouldn't have to pay permit fees anymore because these guys didn't have to pay permit fees. You say, well, if you want to build a fiber to the premises network to every home and every business in Lyons, then you too will not have to pay permit fees. So you can make it like for like, but it's something to always be careful about. The second model is when we have mostly the public investment. So this one has actually not been used a lot in the United States yet. It's called the concessionaire model that's been used on a lot of public works projects in Europe, where the local government will finance the network, design it, build it, and then pay on a monthly basis to the operator for operations work, but and then there are percentages of the revenues that come in from that network that come back to the local government. It's again, it's a model that we have not seen a lot here yet, and one of the things that now is as good a time for me to tell you this as later. If and when the town decides we want to get serious about this, we want to look at these options in more detail and decide what works best for us, Brandon and I are going to be recommending to you that you do an RFP and you hire a consultant. There are 10 or 15 of them around the country that have worked with local governments of all sizes and are very well versed in all these different models, and can come in and do an assessment of what do you have in this town, and that might lead them to recommend you're better off on this model or this version of this model. So if this is something that you decide to go forward with, that is one of the next steps. And I will completely admit to not being totally knowledgeable in the details of how this European model works. The other model that I have seen a lot, and I've seen it in Colorado, is more of a shared investment and risk, where you have a governmental entity or a special improvement district that has put in a significant amount of the infrastructure. Maybe they've just put in the conduit all through the town. Then you bring in a private sector partner who might put in the fiber optics, or you have a local government that has the backbone that I talked about, a middle mile network, and you bring in a private sector provider and they tie into that middle mile network and extend fiber to the premises, to each home and to each business. So it's basically both entities are sharing the investment and both entities are sharing the risk and sharing the revenues. So it is one that we do see a lot more common in Colorado and some of the other states around us.
So Centennial and Estes Park are kind of that model, different flavors of it, but.
Yep. Whoops, how did I get to the end? Let's go this way. Okay. Yeah, I think Fort Morgan has a network like that as well. Breckenridge is another example. Anyway, there are lots of them out there. There's a special district that we worked with in Eagle County, similar that I would put in this model. So then negotiating the agreement, this is kind of straightforward. Once you know which way you're going to go, what you're willing to do, what you're able to do, how much money you think you're going to raise, if the town is going to invest in part of this, you've got to find that balance, and you've got to find a partner who is confident that the model that you have chosen is going to work, not just for you, but for them, and is willing to share those risks and rewards. And then this last slide is really just an outline of some of the things that you're going to need to do. So the first bullet point is, if you're going to, let's say we're going to use that third model, we're going to do some kind of shared risk, shared investment on a public-private partnership. What things does the town need to do concurrently to get ready to negotiate a contract? If you're going to be applying for a grant, or maybe you've received a DOLA grant. So now what do we need to do to get this middle mile piece in place in order to facilitate getting a contract done with our private sector provider? If you have other potential benefits that the town can provide to a provider, but there are some kind of conditions that need to be met in order to make those really available, that's where you need to work through those to get ready for the negotiations. Then you do an RFP, or I've seen them called RFIs or RFQs, and you basically say, who's out there? Here's what we want to do. Here's what we're willing to do. We might be willing to consider other kinds of options if you think there's a better one out there, but we're basically looking for a company to come in and do X, Y, Z, and the town's willing to do A, B, C, and who's interested? And you probably want to have a committee. Some communities might have the entire body of the elected official involved with their fingers deep in the process from day one. Others have staff do it. Sometimes you have one or two elected officials on a staff committee working with your consultant and kind of being the liaison to the rest of the board on the issues that you're dealing with. So you decide how you're going to deal with that. You look at your responses. If you only get one or two or three, that's going to impact what kind of evaluation you do. If you get a lot more than that, first step is to narrow the pool, go through negotiations or interviews, and then you'll find out who you need to negotiate with. And again, negotiating is allocating the responsibilities. How are you going to make sure that the underserved, or you may have unserved, there may be parts, I don't know, you may have parts of town where you can't get broadband service, as opposed to getting slower speeds or lousy broadband service. So how do you make sure that everybody in town is going to benefit from this? And what do you need to include in your contract that will maximize the chances that this will be an economic driver, if that's one of your goals, or improve access to healthcare, or government services or education, and the like. And then it's always important, the what if this doesn't pan out the way we thought it was supposed to. How are those risks allocated, and how do we make sure we don't have a boondoggle on our hands where we made an investment, it didn't work, and now the public is left holding the bag? That has happened in some places. I don't see it as much as we did in the early days of municipal broadband, before local governments got a lot more sophisticated about how to do this. But we still hear it from the industry. When the industry is either at the state legislature or at Congress or at the FCC talking about all the reasons that local government should not be involved in this at all, and that you guys will get the broadband that you need when they tell you you need it, and at the speeds they decide you're entitled to, they will tell the horror stories of what happened 10 years ago in this state or that state with a municipal broadband project that went down the tubes and the local community got left holding the bag. You just don't see that happening nearly as frequently anymore, again, because we have gotten so much more sophisticated in how to plan for this. So that's what I got. You were very good not to ask a bunch of questions during the presentation, but I know we've got a bunch of time, so I hope you have some now. And maybe I'll stop sharing. Well, I don't know if somebody wants to refer to the slides, that maybe I'll leave the screen up in case we need to go back to it.
Any questions for Councilor Philman?
I have one.
Go ahead, sir.
It's very interesting. It's a very interesting presentation. I guess the one question I have is, given that we're a small town with, I don't know, maybe 950 rooftops, homes, or businesses, what does it take to make a municipal broadband viable? Do we need buy-in from 100% of those, 75%? That's my primary question.
Yeah, I think you'll get a lot clearer answer from a broadband business consultant, but where we have seen these be successful, it's usually in the 50% range. And there usually is kind of a pent up demand, so that if it's a good network, you probably will get a bunch of people sign up. And the other benefit, I didn't talk about this during the presentation, but if people feel like this is our community network, this is, my town is providing this, and I want to support them, and they're trying to help me. People take pride in that, and that, using that benefit to market the network has been very successful in some communities that have done it.
So you think it just sort of putting it out there, you think that it would be successful if we had like 450 or 500 homes in town as customers? That's not a lot.
No, it's not a lot. I think part of it is who would be the big users. So, if we refer to those as community anchor tenants, if there were a handful of larger capacity users that we felt pretty confident would sign up, and certainly the town would sign up, that gives a private partner some comfort level that we're going to have some cash flow right from the get-go. And then this network's going to be so good, it'll almost sell itself. And they'll get up to that, whatever that threshold might be. I will tell you this, there's a consultant that we work with who is a business and broadband consultant that's based out of Glenwood, was telling me a couple of weeks ago that she's working with it's not a new company, it's a company that's done a lot of this in the southeastern United States, but is expanding to Colorado, and they've just retained her to help introduce her to Colorado communities that are looking at these issues. And I specifically asked her, are we looking at, suburban sized communities with that number of potential subscribers? Or are these guys willing to look at investing in small towns? And she said, all across the board. So I'm not sure how they deal with their business model, but I know there are examples of entities like that are looking. There's another company that's out of Nebraska that is actually making a pretty big push in northeastern Colorado right now. In some cases, they're building the network themselves. In some cases, we're working with a small town in the Eastern Plains that has one of those DOLA grants that built the middle mile network, and they're going to do a public-private partnership. And they're looking at going into places like, Firestone and Dacono and Meade and Hudson, and maybe some of those communities are a little bit bigger than Lyons, but not all of them, and not by a lot. So some of these companies have figured out a way to make this work.
Trustee Lowell, just to give you an example, we did a project with a community, I think it was in Eastern Plains somewhere, and it was like literally 50 rooftops. So we've done them pretty small. It just depends on the economics, what exists for there for infrastructure, the different model of the providers.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Yeah, I have a couple questions.
Go ahead, trustee.
Number one, I guess, are there any follow-up customer satisfaction surveys in terms of these municipal services? I mean, I know we're talking about some pretty small towns, but we're not fighting Comcast and others here. We have a pretty good local provider. So I'm just wondering about customer service follow-up surveys when the municipality takes this over. That'd be the first question.
I've never been asked that before, Trustee. Well, it's a good question. I think it shouldn't be too hard to find out. We can reach out to some of the smaller communities that we've worked with and see. I would think that some of them would have done customer surveys, whether it's just for their broadband network or whether they do it as part of an annual town survey of, all the.
I'd be interested in both of those because I don't know how well the town of Lyons would do in terms of a utility customer satisfaction survey in general. So I'm just kind of curious where that might fit in. I guess the other question that I have is about ROI or a payback period on this. I mean, what kind of, I know it's going to vary significantly, but I mean, it seems to me, it may be a revenue generator, but at the same time, I mean, it sounds like there's going to be significant setup costs, infrastructure costs, even with private-public partnerships. I'm wondering what the average payback period is for a municipality under the three models that you proposed.
We can look into that further. I wouldn't even have a clue off the top of my head. And as you noted at the end of your question, it depends on the model.
That's my big concern is, even if it's paid with grants, I have serious concerns about delivery issues, customer satisfaction, and then the overall ROI or expected return on some investments that the town of Lyons might make. So some more additional information, I'll need to look into that, I guess, or ask some follow-up questions.
Okay. Further questions?
Mayor?
Go ahead, sir.
I'm curious if you've ever seen a phased approach into, in a small town, for example, in Lyons, depending on what the amount of capital investment was up front, whether we could connect up to broadband, the downtown business district, government buildings, the library, schools, and then in another phase, add on residential uses, or economies of scale being what they are. Is it pretty much an all town-wide thing? Because we have geographic limitations in some areas of town that might make it difficult. So I'm just curious, is it whole town at once? Is that the usual model, or have you ever seen a phased-in approach?
No, we actually have seen phased-in approaches and different approaches in different places. Sometimes in the larger communities, we see them because they just can't do a project of that scope all at once within a reasonable period of time. So they'll divide the town into regions or quadrants or whatever. As you mentioned, and this would be something that you'd work with a consultant on. What's the potential revenue stream we're going to get from the downtown business district, and what's the cost of deployment in the downtown business district compared to the revenue stream from some of the more outlying areas of the residential part of town. And it may make absolute sense to build the first part downtown. Clearly, the density downtown is going to mean less feet of infrastructure and more doors to pass that would potentially generate revenue for the network. So for that reason alone, it might end up making sense to do a phased-in approach.
I think phased in is probably the most common type of deployment, at least that I've seen. I know Estes Park, Longmont, Centennial all had various phases of deployment, starting with the most dense, moving to the less dense, because usually the more dense kind of subsidizes the less dense.
What type of physical connections are we looking at for Lyons? Do we have existing access to fiber optic cables that are here that, or would we have to go a significant distance to connect up to some other source?
Brandon, have you talked to anybody in Longmont or PRPA or Estes even about, where there might be connection points?
Yeah, so there's a couple different options that I'm aware of, at least, and probably Victoria probably knows more than I do. But there's pretty significant PRPA fiber going up Highway 36. There are restrictions on that fiber and access to it, as Longmont and Estes Park have found out. I think Longmont's connections in just right outside of town. Crown Castle, in conjunction with CDOT, is currently building a fiber line up Highway 36 to be a redundant connection to Estes Park, because right now Estes Park kind of relies on WRA and PRPA fiber. And so there are some options for the town in terms of connections, at least that I'm aware of. And obviously redundant connections if you're able to use Crown Castle, PRPA, and Longmont. And so from that perspective, there is a lot of access to, kind of the bulk broadband in the area, but Victoria probably has better details than I do.
Thanks.
Would you like to elaborate? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, those are my main questions, so I'll yield the floor.
Administrator Simonson, would you like to elaborate on any other connections in regard to what Brandon was saying?
In regard to the Estes Park loop, and what do you call that loop? It has a name. Brandon.
There's a WAPA PRPA loop. I don't know which one you're referring to. That's one I was thinking of.
Yeah. Years ago, it was right after the flood. They asked if Lions wanted to be involved, and our capacity was just not there at the time. But I know the goal is to build a redundant loop from Longmont to Estes Park, Loveland, and back, so that if it breaks anywhere along that loop, it can still be serviced the other way. Now, Lions, we do have interest, and actually it's on the agenda tonight if you want to hear from him, from our local provider, Lions Communications, about what he thinks he has the capability of doing. Now, if we wanted to finance that with federal funds, of course, we would have to go out for an RF, a request for proposals or a request for qualifications. If he wants to do it as a private model, which Mr. Feldman pointed out, the private, I think is Model 1, is that correct? Then we wouldn't have to necessarily go through that process. We'd still want to probably negotiate a contract and an agreement with him. But I think it is similar to what Mayor Pro Tem Browning said, that probably would have to be phased, what they call the middle mile to the critical facilities, and then another plan as somehow to get it out to all the different homes, if that's feasible. So right now, the other option is a couple of years ago, we did talk to Longmont about bringing Next Light to Lions. And their response was, as soon as we get our entire community of Longmont connected up, we will consider other communities. But I think they're having the same request from Meade and some of the other areas around them. So we would need to start those negotiations again. I do think the ARPA funds do have potential to do that for Longmont if they have the capacity to bring it out this far as well. So I think there's a couple options. The local provider, Next Light, if we're willing to wait a little longer, and probably if we went out for proposals, we might get another one or two.
Further questions?
Trustee Rogan.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Feldman. Incredibly comprehensive. Really appreciate all the detail. So I would like to hear from Mr. Mahoney personally, very much. And my question is, if Lions doesn't form a municipal broadband utility, can we still connect into that redundant loop? Could, for example, Lions Communications connect into that redundant loop that we're talking about, or do we need to have the municipal broadband to do that?
So, Mr. Mahoney can probably correct me if I'm wrong, but they are already connected to some extent to that loop now. That's all there is. There only is one fiber line basically going up 36. So they're already connected there. And then these other projects that are coming in, the CDOT project will benefit everybody regardless of whether the town, has a municipal broadband network or not. And then also, there's different levels. The town can make things more redundant by building its own ring. That could have multiple connection points, which doesn't involve necessarily having a municipal broadband utilities. Means that we are the owner of the middle mile fiber, which is kind of the model Centennial is employed, which they are the backbone, if you will, that they allow anybody to come in to connect to. It'd be a last mile provider. And then Ting Networks has chosen basically to become a last mile provider on that ring. So there's different flavors, and certainly no one model is required to make broadband access in Lions or anywhere else, more redundant.
Further questions? I'd certainly appreciate seeing the various economic models. I think that would give us a more comprehensive idea of what we could achieve.
We could certainly put together some interesting reading materials that would allow you at your own pace to do a deeper dive into some of these different options. And we can also reach out to some of the other Colorado communities to see what kind of customer feedback, survey feedback they've gotten. So happy to follow up with you and put that together for you.
That'd be great, sir. Thank you. Any further questions by anybody? Thank you for your presentation, sir. It was very comprehensive and informative.
Thanks. Well, have a good meeting tonight. I have another city council meeting to go to. Last August, I was at a city council meeting and made the comment that when I get done here, I've got to go to this other city's meeting. And I said, maybe one of the few things good about the pandemic is that it gives you the opportunity to go to multiple council meetings on the same night. And the mayor said, I don't think that's a good idea. Anyway, I've got good idea or not. I've got one more to go tonight. I hope you all have a successful meeting and look forward to talking to you further.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
So now we have Mr. Mahoney is on the Zoom call, and he is open to sharing what he has the local capacity to do, and maybe answer some more questions for us if you can, Kevin.
Take it away, Mr. Mahoney.
Thank you, Mayor Angelo and Pro Tem Browning and Board of Trustees for the opportunity to discuss broadband issues with you. I didn't really have much time to prepare for this. It's kind of a last minute request. So I didn't really have much to go on to prepare from. But just to give you an overview of Lions Communications, for those that might not be intimately familiar with our services, we do provide TV, phone, and internet broadband services to Lions community and surrounding areas. I bought the business from Rob Jones last year. You guys were actually part of that process, so I'm sure you're familiar with that timeline. But I brought on two very like-minded business partners that have been assisting me with a lot of the rollout and strategy of how to make internet the best in Lions that we can make it. We've invested quite a bit of our own private money into this business. Part of that has been improving reliability, increasing capacity and speeds. So our highest tier of service today is our 500 package, which is 500 down and 50 up. We've expanded our coverage into the outlying areas through our fixed wireless service. So fixed wireless is a wireless internet delivery service that we have antennas here in town that can provide service to the more rural areas of the outlying community. We've also invested a lot of money in our fiber backbone and are starting to roll that out as we speak. We've looked at redundancy. We just talked about redundancy a little bit. We've started negotiations with redundant backbone providers. So our total service area right now is pretty much the entire city limits of Lyons. We also service Apple Valley, areas up Stone Canyon, including the development, Stone Canyon development, Lyons Valley Park, Lyons Park Estates, and then Steamboat Valley. And then we're actually expanding up 36 a little bit with our fixed wireless service to include Longmont Dam Road. And we have some proposals out to actually go up Blue Mountain Road into Spring Gulch. What else can I share with you? Let's see. I've hired staff locally, so we've created 3 good paying jobs here in the Lyons community. We've worked with and made charitable contributions to local businesses and nonprofits. So with the help of and facilitation of Trustee Rogan, we were able to partner with LEAF and created a broadband fund to help subsidize low-income families' internet access. So we have currently 6 families that are benefactors of that. We provide free Wi-Fi for Sandstone Park visitors, and I've been working with Marissa Davis and Kim in order to expand that to the other parks as well. And then of course, to our senior citizens, we provide discounted services across the board for all of our services to them. I mentioned previously about our fiber, so we're currently in the early stages of rolling fiber to the premise. We currently offer fiber to the premise along businesses that are along High Street. So those include the businesses along Main Street that back up to High Street, as well as the businesses on the kind of north side of High Street. And then in the next coming couple months, we are going to be expanding that to a good chunk of the north side of town, from Broadway all the way up to I guess that's Reese, so to kind of the north end of Fifth Ave. It'll be gigabit fiber, so gigabit symmetric. So the subscribers can get. We're going to offer 3 packages: 100, 500, and a gigabit package, in order to kind of hit that range of subscribers and meet their needs, both on cost and on reliability and throughput. Like I said, I've been working with Kim to get Town Hall on our fiber. And as soon as I get the green light from her, I can have Town Hall on gigabit fiber, within the next couple of weeks. I've also been, assisting the staff, Town of Lyons staff, in order to consolidate all their communication services. Again, I've been working with Kim and Marissa to do this. But the goal here is to introduce a huge cost savings by consolidating all the telecommunications services under us, including services to all the parks, the water treatment plant, the maintenance building, utility, and of course we provide service to the utility meter service that Aaron, Director Kaplan, has introduced to the town. Some of the challenges that we're facing right now, Lyons is a very small town, and I think a large reason why Comcast or any other large provider hasn't come in is because of it's the return on investment and just the profit margin that exists here in town. I heard one of the trustees kind of reference the number of homes here, or roofs, as he put it, within Lyons is approximately 1,000 residents. So, if you look at some of the pricing from Nextlight and you multiply it times that 50% times the number of homes passed, as they say, you'll see there's not a lot of money in it. So we have to work very carefully to keep our costs down and to streamline our services while trying to maintain a high level of quality. And of course, now that we've all lived through COVID and it's over now, right? It's changed the dynamics of how people perceive the internet. It's, before residential internet service, it was a nicety. Sometimes it was a luxury for some, but now it's a necessity for all. And what used to be considered business class service is what people expect from home. So you have people going from working in an office environment where they have a full IT department, they have a fiber backhaul, they have extremely high reliable internet, to trying to do that same work from the capacity of their home using what was designed to be residential internet services. And that's really changed the dynamic, not only on the customer service side, but on the maintenance and capital investment side as well. It's required a lot of investment of resources from us in order to try to step up and meet those expectations. And I'd like to say that we're meeting them, but there's always one or two residents that would probably argue with that. But we work hard every day to make our service not only the local service, but the best choice. I guess that's all I really had prepared to talk. I'm happy to take any questions that you guys may have.
Are there any questions? Trustee Lowell. You're muted, sir.
Sure.
Right. Yeah. Thanks for the description of Lions Communications. I'm a happy customer, I can say. How many customers do you have right now? Just broadband customers?
So broadband, we're close to 600. 600.
Okay.
And that's still about a 50% take. So then CenturyLink is the other big incumbent, and they have majority of the remaining customers. Although there's the sentiment for CenturyLink has been diminishing, and we've transitioned a lot of customers from CenturyLink over to our services. One of the main drivers is when their customer service, but two, with DSL in the way they provide their service, they have a restriction on the upload speeds, and those upload speeds really top out about 10 megabit. And we can provide, just with our cable broadband, we can provide upwards of 50 megabit upload speeds, which facilitates video conferencing and some of the other services that our users take advantage of on the internet.
Thank you.
Further questions? Trustee Rogan?
Appreciate it, Mr. Mahoney, and appreciate everything you're doing for the town. One of the reasons that I turn my video off when people are presenting slides is that we are still on CenturyLink. And if I don't turn my video off, it just chokes. So I can feel for the rest of the CenturyLink people. Do you know, Mr. Mahoney, do you have any estimate about how long it'll be before anybody within town limits can take advantage of fiber?
So there's different areas. So you guys were kind of talking about phases. So we're taking a bit of a phased approach as well. And a lot of that is just capital constraints that we have. So our target is the downtown business district. We want to make sure that the businesses have reliable internet so they can keep doing business. But part of that too is areas of town, the density of certain areas or the demographics of certain areas facilitate bringing fiber to that area first. And then of course there's the capital investment of actually constructing the fiber. So we're hoping by the end of this year, we'll have all of downtown. When I say downtown, I'll kind of constrain what that means. But we're hoping that all of downtown will have access to gigabit fiber to the home. So that's going to be bounded on the north by effectively Reese or like the north end of Fifth Ave. It's going to be bounded on the west by Fifth Ave. It's going to be bounded on the east by, I'll say Second, but it goes a little bit past Second and areas of First. And then on the south end, we'll go all the way down to Prospect and just pretty much, let's see, the south end of town. So there's kind of a chunk down there, but Fifth and Prospect are kind of the intersection of where the south end of where we'll bring services on that side of town. And then if you look at Second Ave, we'll bring it pretty much up to the bridge. Some of the challenges with bringing fiber to the outlying areas, and when I mean outlying, so that's Lions Valley Park, in the surrounding communities of Lions Valley Park, there's Sandstone community, Stone Canyon community, Eagle Canyon community, and then we also service Apple Valley, and I'll talk about those kind of individually. I'll start with Lions Valley Park because that's the kind of biggest area that has the demographics that would benefit the most from fiber, as far as the density. But it's also sitting on feet of river rock from that kind of basin, where you have boulder size or head size river rock that creates an obstacle for any underground drilling, horizontal drilling device to make it their way through. So we recently, in order to extend our line to get it where we really needed it to as part of the Second Street Bridge project, we had to horizontally drill about 250 feet. It took them 3 days. And it was extremely costly for that 250 feet. So if you extrapolate that out and you look at all of Lions Valley Park as a whole, I mean, you're upwards of the magnitude of $1 million to just put in the conduit infrastructure necessary to run fiber through it. And those are astronomical numbers for an organization our size. Stone Canyon is in a better position because when they built that community, the developer did a really good job. And the facilities that we have there in the ground already allow us to pull our fiber through that existing infrastructure and extend our fiber network into that community for a reasonable amount of cost. So we've one of the things we've looked at too is partnering with these HOAs, because there's a win-win-win there for us and them, in the whole town as a whole. But with like Stone Canyon, for example, we had early discussions with their HOA looking for some initial financial contributions to accelerate that project. And that kind of went nowhere just because of, I think, the level of risk that they saw, the financial risk and otherwise that they saw with trying to collaborate on that. Otherwise, they were huge proponents of that, obviously, but so we had to take a more strategic approach of how we rolled out. Apple Valley is primed to get fiber. Everything is in the air, which makes it, which eliminates the need to horizontal drill through river rock. And they would benefit the most because they were so devastated during the floods, and the infrastructure out there was so devastated from the floods. There's a lot of patchwork out there, and there's a lot of maintenance and upkeep in order to keep that network up and going. Then as you get out further, Eagle Canyon, they're kind of in the same boat as Lions Valley Park. The infrastructure there isn't great. The size is a little bit more reasonable to deal with as far as community. But then, again, there's going to be a significant investment on our end in order to provide services to that community. And as I mentioned before, we're trying to privately fund all of this. And again, the size of our organization and our budgets, it's going to be, we're going to have to extend out that timeline in order to really reach these communities that we really want to get to.
Any further questions? Go ahead, Trustee Carabas.
Thanks for coming on such short notice, Kevin. We appreciate it. You mentioned some of your services, but you also have a service, could you give a brief description of that for those that can't get access to fiber because instead of sitting with cobbles the size of your head, where some of us are sitting on solid rock, you have a wireless direct inline site to your service there on Tank Hill. Could you explain a little bit about how that works and the level of service you give for that, so people have information on that too?
Of course, thanks. So I mentioned it a little bit before. So we offer what we call fixed wireless. So fixed wireless is a kind of, as Trustee Curvis pointed out, it's a line of sight. We can get through some trees, not a huge row or stand of trees, but we can get through some amount of trees and tree cover. But what we've done with that service is we've extended our network that would otherwise have been cost prohibitive to do into areas where we didn't have coverage prior. I mentioned a couple of the areas. So County Road 69, Lions Park Estates, Steamboat Valley, so all the way up Steamboat Valley, pretty much anywhere we can see from Tank Hill. And the big benefit of that service is, one, these are areas that otherwise would have to deal with CenturyLink and their DSL service, which I've replaced CenturyLink subscriber services that were, they maxed out their download speeds at 1 megabit. And those are like dial-up speeds, of course. But they're getting 200 megabit service, and that equipment is directly tied into our fiber backbone. So they are benefited greatly by just that fact alone, because the latency and throughput by having that direct connection, they're looking at latency times of 3 milliseconds, in some areas, in most areas. So what that's allowed us to do is, with a minimal capital investment, we've been able to provide coverage to those areas that otherwise and previously really had no option other than really DSL.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much for that. That's good for people to know. You had indicated that Stone Canyon had infrastructure put in. This might be something we as a board, staff maybe in the future, and Kevin can give input on this, but as we look to capital improvement projects for our roads, our sewer lines, our water lines, as we look to bury possible communication lines, we don't, or bury our electrical lines, we also might want to consider, we start looking at installing conduit while a trench is open for low voltage communication lines. So whether it be Kevin with Lions Communications or anybody else 10, 20 years from now, they've got a large enough piece of conduit in the ground to be used for homeowners to be able to tap into, get to neighborhoods. So we might, as a board, as a staff, start looking into that as we open up lines, because I think that'll come up in my trustee report, that we have some three-phase power to run down a line or run down a street here soon. So all things are open. We might as well go ahead and start adding conduit, because it will benefit us and our residents and our businesses in the future.
I think that's an excellent idea. Trustee Careless, Administrator Simonson.
Thank you. I think we have done that, like on the 2nd Avenue Bridge, everybody underground through there, and we put additional conduit for future use as well. So yeah, I think if the grant allows for that, we certainly should, and we should consider it at our cost. Putting the conduit in when it's already trenched is not expensive. It's the rest of it. Kevin, thank you for being here. I wanted to know if you had any comments about Ken Fellman's presentation about the 3 types of models, that if you had the capital, do you think you have the capacity, if the town wanted to look at higher, entering into what he calls a P3 agreement with someone? Is that something you have an interest in? Having mostly private ownership, looking at a municipal partnership? Do you have any thoughts on that as the local provider?
That's a really good question. I have talked to my partners briefly about it. It's something that we certainly are open to and would love to have those discussions with the town. for us, really, it's accelerating the timeline. We have the capability. I have the relationships with the construction companies that actually do this line of work, that have the equipment, the horizontal drills, the bucket trucks, all the equipment you need to really construct that fiber network. It's just the only restraint that I have right now is just capital. And the only way I can get that capital is through additional either private investment for me and my partners, raising the rates for my services, which may be a real possibility here in the near future, or coming up with partnerships, whether it be through HOAs, who are a big benefactor of fiber, because home values will go up considerably if say a resident or a development has fiber access to high-speed reliable fiber. Those homes are going to be more valuable overall. So we're trying to kind of tap that capital a little bit and share in that added value with our, by one, providing that service to them, but two, providing it in a more timely fashion. And then the other avenue that we've talked about too is with town. Backhaul for us, as a small operator, we don't have the economies of scale that Longmont would have by having a number 100,000 or so potential homes passed. Like when you get up to those levels of backhaul, there's efficiencies of scale. But at our size and in our current capacity, we're paying a considerable amount for that backhaul. But finding a lower cost backhaul provider, finding someone that could provide redundant, geographically diverse backhauls. We've looked at so right now the main backbone coming into lines is coming down 66 from Longmont area. There's not really any fiber available coming up 36. Comcast owns some of their own fiber coming up there, but it stops about Niwot. So really there's one way in, one way out today. And I think that'll change with this new loop that they're putting in this summer. And hopefully, I don't know the exact timeline and schedule on that, but having the ability to diversify, in case, God forbid, some drunk driver crashes into a pole and knocks down all those comms. I mean, it cuts out service for the entire town, regardless if you're CenturyLink, Lines Communications, or any other provider in the area and upwards. So we're looking to diversify, in a number of different ways. I've been in discussions with Crown Castle and looking at ways to provide service up 36 and 7, so part of the Highway 7 project. We're really pushing the state to include fiber in that project, which is currently not in that project, but would allow a diverse route up to Allen's Park and therefore Estes if they chose to continue that. But there's a number of small communities along the way that we want to provide our services to as well. Again, and that's both of those corridors that we're working to provide those services.
Counselor, did you have something to add?
But I just wanted to add on Trustee Caros's comment about kind of a conduit network. And I just want to say that's another option that we've worked on before, an open access conduit network. And we did one of those for Bozeman, Montana. But there was actually no fiber blown into the conduit, but the town invested pretty significant amounts of money to go ahead and build a conduit ring around the town. So that way, any provider that wanted to come in had a lower, entry costs in order to provide fiber, to the home. They already had the conduit in place to do it. And so that's another kind of flavor of a broadband project that doesn't actually include providing broadband that we have some experience with.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you have questions? No? Any further questions? Administrator Simonson.
Not really a question, it's more of a comment. As Ken Feldman said, there is a lot of money coming forward with this American Rescue Plan. And some of it is earmarked specifically for broadband and especially to rural areas. So this is one of those things that as we start to talk with our peers around Boulder County, they're going to ask us to prioritize whether or not we want to, consider any of those funds. So this is something we really wanted the board to be aware of. I think the issue about people now expecting business speeds from their residences is really, really important to consider. And I think this is a really important issue for a lot of our constituents here in town. So we need to think about whether or not we have an interest in pursuing any broadband funds.
Mr. Mahoney, I want to thank you for your presentation. Not bad for a short notice, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further comments or questions?
I just wanted to add real quick, just on the comment about Second Street Bridge. So we did just complete that with collaboration with the town. We actually already had overhead there that we went underground with. So that level of collaboration is definitely something that we'd be interested. The upfront investment in order to put that infrastructure in the ground there's a huge capital investment there, and anything that we can do collaboratively on that front, whether it's some of these upcoming projects. I think Longs Peak is getting some work done in the near future there as well. And I believe there's some talk about some other areas, undergrounding some utilities. But certainly, anytime that we have the opportunity to put either our own conduit in or shared conduit, it would certainly be something that we would entertain and I'd probably partner with the town to do so.
Trustee Water, did you have a comment?
No, sir. I was just going to thank Mr. Mahoney.
Okay. No further comments, no further questions. All right, we'll see everybody at 7 o'clock. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
We'll wait for Trustee Caravas to get back, and then I'll call the meeting to order. Jason, how do you pronounce your last name?
Sorry about that. Rife.
Right, thank you. Six, seven. I'll call the Monday, June 7th, 2021 Board of Trustees regular meeting to order. Could we have the roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Present?
Trustee Lowell,
Present?
Trustee Rogan,
Present.
Trustee Waugh,
Present.
Trustee Miller,
Present.
Trustee Caravas.
Present.
Please all rise and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We take this opportunity for a reflective moment of silence. Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second?
We have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Are there any requests to amend the agenda? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
and Trustee Caravas.
The agenda is approved unanimously. Now is the opportunity for audience business. I'll remind anybody who wishes to address the Board of Trustees to please state your name and address for the record. Would anybody wish to address the Board of Trustees at this time?
Yes, sir. This is Joe and Ralph Ford. And the address
4th and Broadway.
in Lyons.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We're here today to talk about the visitor center and potential for the visitor center being utilized by Ford Foods or facilitated by Ford Foods. My name is Joe Ford. Ralph is here with me. I'm speaking today because usually during difficult or stressful situations, I usually step in and help my brother out. So what I wanted to briefly do is just give you a little history, how long he's been there, a few things he's done, the current situation, and then what he could bring to the visitor center for your consideration. Ralph's been there about 8 years. Or after he got there, he actively helped the flood victims. He's helped people through COVID. He's helped with the fire evacuations. He's helped with the food bank, and he's continuing to help with the food bank. And has a people helping people fund. Basically, what that is anyone that comes to his shop that can't afford the food, they receive their food for free. And he has a free seed bank. Those are the current primary areas that he's helped the community. The current situation is he's being displaced by the hotel, as a lot of people, I guess, are. And his last day will be this coming Wednesday, as far as at the store, June 8th. So with that said, Ralph would like to stay in the community. He's an integral part of the community. He has no interest in leaving the community, but having a location to do business is a challenge right now. What Ralph could potentially bring to the visitor center, he supports cottage industries where people make their own goods and can bring to the visitor center or something like that where they could sell goods. So it's good. It's a type of community support, local community support. He could help with brochures and the visitor center support in any way that you might need support, with whatever programs that you might have. You'd have somebody to look over and help facilitate that. Farm support for the community, basically doing the same thing that he's been doing now: fruits, vegetables, honey, food box programs that he currently has. And he would upkeep that facility, and the plan is to improve that facility so it's more attractive. And the final highlighted thing is during any holiday or special events, he can help with facilitating those and bringing it to life. He's very good with creativity in that way. So we would just say that we have an interest in the visitor center. Whatever you would like to see done with it, we want it as a cooperative effort in partnership. And if you have any questions or need any other details, we're happy to answer any questions. So thank you.
Thank you. We do not respond under audience business, but all I'll say is please continue to communicate with staff. Please. Is there anybody else in the audience that wishes to address the Board of Trustees at this time?
Yes, Mayor. I can't get my video undone. This is Benita Yoder. Oh, there we go.
And your address?
I'm pressing start. Okay, there we are.
There you are.
My name is
address for the record?
Yes, my name is Benita Joy Yoder, address 401 2nd Avenue in Lyons. I'm here to talk about that house, but first, having heard the comments from Joe Ford, I want to put in a good word for Ralph. I'm sure some of you've had your own experience with him, but I was visiting with him yesterday. His brother just mentioned honey, and he sent me a jar of organic honey to give to Laverne Johnson for her wound. And that was just a generous spirit. And then gave me a dozen eggs. So I'm just saying this man has a generous spirit. Also, he showed me his vision statement from when he opened the produce stand. And I suggest sometime he share that with you. It was a wonderful kind of handwritten vision statement. But the reason I'm really here is to talk about 401 2nd Avenue. I understand there was a meeting in April with the Board of Trustees, and in a April 30 email from Town Administrator Victoria, I was informed I had 60 days to repair or remove the deck there. And apparently that's a liability concern that has come to the attention of some of the trustees and perhaps those who were with the Lions volunteers, which were very helpful and passed on that. And the reason I want to bring it to your attention is I need some feedback from the board before I move forward on it. And on May 10, I put in a request to be on the agenda, but it was full. And then I thought when I made plans to come out here to Lyons or Lawrence, Kansas, that I was going to be on the agenda tonight. But and I learned today from Dolores that it will be 2 weeks from the day. But I just want to share a little bit that I had an application for flood permit put in March of 2020 before the flood remapping changes were to take effect that the town passed. And in anticipation, I think, of Boulder County passing based on FEMA recommendations, all that. At any rate, and by filing that application, then I was to be grandmothered in to the then current floodway or flood of 100-year flood, and not the more restrictive one that the house is now in, the floodway. I didn't learn until after the application that the application was approved, the permit was issued on March 27 of 2020, and I first learned that it was issued on that date on April 30 of 2021, after the permit had already expired. And I just thought we were in a COVID pause. And I know I was in my life, and I had anticipated I would get a response that was approved or denied, because there had been some negotiation going on about whether appliances and light fixtures were to be 6 feet above or 2 feet above, and perhaps a compromise. And I'm still not sure on that. But at any rate, I frankly felt a little blindsided when the communication from the town was about the deck being removed. When I called, I think, around the end of the year to talk to Paul, because he had been at one of the meetings, the end of 2020. He had been at one of the meetings with the flood engineer and myself, and he was not available. And then I called a month or so later, and he was no longer there, and it was suggested that perhaps Philip could answer my questions and by the front office. And I did email Philip in Strom in February, I think about mid-February. And the next thing I hear back was about 7 weeks later, and we set up a Zoom meeting, and then there was this, what was my intention of the house kind of conversation was, and I'm wanting to find out about the flood application, and we wanted to talk about the house. But I'm just saying that I will be coming before the board again to ask that somehow, when I'm on the agenda, that somehow that 1 year period for the flood application permit start after I was notified that it was approved, rather than be notified that it was approved after it already expired. And the second thing is I'll be asking to have some additional time beyond June 30 for the deck repair, because depending on what happens with the flood development permit that was approved last year affects whether or not, the complexity of replacing a deck if it were to be removed. And so that could affect the direction of, is it to be repaired or removed and replaced? And I met with a contractor and we're having some conversations, but I do need some more, I guess, a determination on whether my flood development permit can be reinstated, or if the town can somehow make an exemption from its ordinance, because my understanding is that the FEMA remapping isn't going to take place, I think, through Boulder County until maybe early 2022. I'm not sure, but it seems that somehow that got delayed by COVID. And I just planting the seed here tonight. I was going to ask to emergency set it on the agenda for tonight, or to have an emergency special meeting this week. And then I learned that I am on the agenda in 2 weeks. My concern, though, is if 2 weeks from now, I learn some determination about that flood development permit, that then June 30 is just around the corner. And I'm here to ask for help from the board, frankly, and to plant that seed that some additional time could be granted for that, and that the flood development permit could apply starting after I'd been notified, actually after a determination is made. And I appreciate your having to do these meetings for the last year on Zoom and not getting to meet in person. And so thank you for your service with that. And I look forward to having the opportunity to actually dialogue with you.
Thank you very much. And we can get into that much more comprehensively at the next meeting. Thank you, Mrs. Yoder.
Thank you, Mayor.
Is there anybody else who wishes to address the Board of Trustees at this time? Madam Clerk? You're muted.
I'm sorry, I don't see anyone with their hand raised.
Okay, thank you very much. Boulder County Sheriff's Report.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Perfect. Sometimes my Wi-Fi at the house is a little bit odd, but okay. So the first thing I'm going to do is start out my report with what Trustee Rogan had started a while back about being saying something grateful. I realized that I'm the first one to start this train, and I missed the last few meetings, so I owe you a few. But anyways, I'm going to say real quick that I'm grateful for a couple things. I'm grateful for the town and their support of after the funeral of former Mayor Glenn Kleppel. We had a very nice luncheon at Laverne Johnson Park. So I was very grateful for that. And secondly, I'm very grateful for all the support that the folks in town and the citizens and the residents of Lyons and Boulder County give the sheriff's office. As everybody knows, we've had a tough year with a lot of things, and it's very easy to get caught up in negativity when it comes to that. And I always know that 98% of the people out there do support us and need us here. So I'm grateful for that. So I didn't want to forget that this meeting. So I wanted to start the train with that. So I've got a few things to report real quick. I'll start with a couple simple things before I get into something a little more complicated. We're going to go ahead and set the speed trailer back out for the summer months. We'll get our normal rotation back up. It's up and ready to go. I've also been tasked to help with an IAP plan to bring to you guys later on in the month about some emergencies in the parks and whatnot. I'm working on that right now, and I've been thinking a lot about getting some ideas and things down on paper. So those two things are in the works. The parks over the last couple of weekends have been good. I was fortunate enough to be in there today on a medical call that was pretty simple, but I was able to talk with the park host and get some reports from them and also from Marissa. They've called us a few times for some minor things. They're extremely happy with our response in the parks. They are doing real good. They're enjoying their assignment there over in Laverne Johnson. 629 people last Friday, 930 on Saturday, and 867 on Sunday. So those were some counts that we were able to bring in. so all's good in the parks, which brings me to the next topic that I'd like to touch on real quick is the water levels of the rivers. So we definitely topped out at our normal rate of 1,000 CFS for tubing ban. So we are definitely there. We sparked a conversation this morning with Victoria and Chief Zick, and I contacted Kelly Lucy, who is part of our emergency operations division, runs all this kind of stuff. He took over for Dave Booten, who retired last year. So this is kind of his first shot at setting up the tubing bands and stuff like that. So there's some things that we're putting in order right now. It doesn't take that long, but there are some T's to cross and I's to dot to get that tubing band in effect. So I'm anticipating that we'll be seeing it sometime tomorrow. Right now, the rivers are currently right at 1050 to 1100, which is, it's right on the cusp. It's over the break limit of 1000 that we like to set. I've got my staff geared up. We've had swift water training. We've had throw bag trainings. We've got our life preservers and rescue equipment in our rides. I've been in contact with Chief Zick, so we're ready for this kind of stuff. So expect the tubing ban to come very shortly. After talking with Kelly Lucy earlier today and looking at historical data as well, I thought I'd just bring a few things into play. So we talked with the folks up at Ralph Price, and they have been releasing some water. And I left half of my notes in my office, but they've been releasing about 250 cubic feet per second over the spillway in preparation for the next couple weeks of Ralph Price starting to bring in some water from the runoff. So that's the reason for the uptick. Historically, and based on the weather patterns that they're seeing for the next 30 days, they're going to expect that the high water mark for the runoff for the spring will occur sometime around June 10th, 12th, maybe last a few days and then fall off from there. That's what they're projecting. Of course, that can change at any given time. Once the top off for that generally is around 1400 to 1600 CFS. And historically, as I look through the data, obviously excluding 2013, historically around this time, the high water mark usually is about 1400 to 1500 cubic feet per second. So we're right on track for a very normal year as far as the rivers goes, I guess, is kind of the short of the long answer there. Once the ban goes into effect, it'll probably stretch out to later into June, maybe around the 20th, 22nd. What we're trying to avoid is going in and out of tubing bans multiple times as the river goes up and down, up and down. So there's more decisions and more data to be acquired tomorrow morning, which we're going to kick off at 6 a.m. With some getting more data, what happens overnight and what they're projecting to kind of make those ultimate decisions. So that's where we're at with the water flows. And that is all I have for now.
Are there any questions for Sergeant Chris, Trustee Lowe?
Yeah, thank you, Sergeant Chris. I'm glad to see you're on top of it. I will say that I think the CFS measurement as taken at the McConnell Bridge sometimes can be a little misleading. I know on Sunday I had the pleasure of going downriver in a big old raft with my son-in-law, and I must tell you that stretch from Apple Valley all the way down to the confluence, I wouldn't put a tube in there.
Yeah.
It's extremely dangerous. And actually, we were coming back to pick up a car, and we were shuttling, and there were 4 people with flimsy little tubes and no life jackets. And my first thought was, they're going to die. I guess fools, God looks after fools, I guess, but I didn't hear of any fatalities. So I think attention must be paid to that whole stretch from the Arch Bridge down.
Absolutely.
And I think it was running at 375 on Sunday.
Okay. And just to clarify too, the tubing ban, when it goes into effect, it'll start at the upper end of Apple Valley at County Road 71. That's where we usually start it, and it'll go all the way down to US 36. So it'll take care of everything there. So I don't, I may be mistaken, but I don't think we have a gauge further upstream. But I would have to look back at my app on my website to see if there's another gauge upstream to see what the flow is upstream before it gets into the confluence.
Any further questions for Sergeant Christ? Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I have so I've talked to several citizens, and I've seen some stuff on social media as well about the black ash in the water and so forth. Can anybody comment as to the danger of that or the impact of that to ecosystems, personal health, any of those types of things?
I don't know if I'm the one to comment on it. I just know what it's from and why it's there. I've seen that on social media as well. You know, it's the burn scar runoff stuff from the fires of last year. But I'm not the person to ask about what it can do to health and ecosystems.
Trustee Lowe might have some input.
Yeah, I just did some research for an article for the Redstone that I'm writing on that. I think if we can expect slugs of ash and char, as they call it, probably through the summer when we get big rainstorms up off the South St. Frame. The good news is I don't know about the human health effects to it, but it appears at least to the layperson like myself that it didn't do any harm to the aquatic environment. I mean, the bugs are still rising off the water, the trout are still biting, and it got flushed out very quickly. I think it was basically less than a 24-hour event.
Trustee Caravas.
Thanks for your report, Sheriff or Sergeant. How are we on staff levels?
Status quo, and still on the minimal side. I will say this though, we have gained 2 additional deputies out of the FTO program that are going to the day shift side of patrol. So that's a benefit where most of the action has happened and most of the people are up and about is on day shift. So 2 people have recently graduated as of last week out of the FTO program. We still have another 8 to 10 in some level of our training program. So since we had that huge staffing crunch at the sheriff's office this year, we employed basically an open application. So in years past, we would do it maybe 3 times a year. And so that just put a lot of weight into, by the time you got here, you're suffering for so long. So we've had the open enrollment and guys are kind of coming in and out at odd times, but it is getting the staffing levels up. Still the drawback that, and thanks for bringing this point up because it is important to Lions. We're still kind of in that drawback of trying to get deputies to sign up for the extra duty assignments that we have in town. That's the additional parks patrols on Saturdays and Sundays, and the extra duty traffics patrols on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. As I think I stated before, we're skeleton crew right now. They're being forced in on mandatory overtime, so they're not utilizing those type of assignments to come in and get extra work. So there's light at the end of the tunnel for sure. The guys that are in the program now are showing no signs of problems, which is absolutely perfect. So we expect them to either graduate early or get out on time. And I think if memory serves me correctly, we will see an additional 4 deputies out on the streets at the 1st of August and another 6 at the end of September. So that's going to really push us up in staffing and get us back where we need to be.
How are we on the district's catch and release policies? Have they got any better, or are we still suffering from that too?
Say that again?
The catch and release, what we talked about with criminal behavior, just with the COVID, we don't want them in jails. Are we getting better? Are we still in that scenario?
Yeah, we are still status quo. So Sheriff Pelley's been down to Capitol dealing with the extension of House Bill 217. They're trying to rectify some of that. They're trying to push back the jail systems to pre-COVID standards. Right now, we have 2 different issues that are giving us problems at the jail. So right now, the jail capacity hovers around 300. If it goes above 300, the jail goes on a divert status for 2 reasons. the first and primary reason, again, is staffing. And the second reason is some of the COVID protocols that are still going on in the correction facilities across the state. So we hover around there. Sometimes we drop into the 295 and up. So that goes back and forth. However, with to answer your direct question, they have loosened their grip on what they're taking into the jail, which is good. They have reduced some standards for lesser crimes to still be arrestable, like warrants, failure to appears, higher level property crimes. They're kind of wavering a little bit off of it has to be, a person's crime, an assault, that type of thing to bring somebody into jail. So it's laxing up a little bit. Yes.
How's the morale hanging up with all this still going on?
That's a toughie. You know what? We're hanging in there. The guys are hanging in there. Morale is definitely tough. It's hard to come in and do this job. Sometimes it's a thankless job. You reap what you sow out of it, and we're here for many reasons. And I honestly, I can reflect right back last 2 weeks ago when we had a mental health issue with a gentleman in town, and I took myself and 2 other guys up to deal with him, and this was pretty high level stress. And the parents of this gentleman were extremely grateful, and everything, we were able to handle it with our CIT skills, our verbal skills. We got control of him with no hands-on or harm or anything like that. And they made it pretty poignant that they were grateful for our tact and the way we're able to handle it. So we're still going through that high level of we're here for the right reasons and we know it, but being stretched so thin and working so much. And, honestly, I can drive back and forth to work and probably get flipped off by at least 2 people just because they hate me because I'm a cop, I guess. I don't know. So that's always that little jab that kind of draws you back. But, our guys are rising above that, and they know why they're here, and they're here for a reason, and they're doing the right thing for the right reason. So that keeps the morale up. But we are still looking at some guys that are looking at early retirement and, really facing that challenge of, I've been doing this for 25 years. Is it worth it? Can I keep doing it? So we are losing some people, but it has slowed down. Morale is creeping back up a little bit.
Well, thank you. I'm sure I speak for most of the people on this board and staff and people in lines, but we thank you. We appreciate you and we love you guys. So thanks for what you do.
Awesome. Yes. Thank you so much. And that's what we hold on to is we know the vast silent majority are people that do want us here and need us here. And thanks for being vocal about it. That helps tremendously. Thank you.
You bet.
Other questions or comments to the sergeant? I'd like to congratulate you on your son's wedding, Sergeant Chris, and
Thank you.
And the expansion of your family.
Absolutely. He married a great gal.
Please be safe, sir.
Will do. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Trustee reports. Trustee Lowell.
I get to bat lead off, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, April 18th, we had an ecology board meeting. The good news is that the ecology board at last has a Facebook page. It's up and running. Kudos to Director Mitchell and Attorney Dittman for helping to effort that and get it through. If you get a chance, go visit it and like it. There was a discussion about weed management, a possible non-synthetic fix for cheatgrass. Ecology board member Dave Batts has come up with it's something called NutriFix. And what it basically does is it changes the chemistry of the soil and prevents the cheatgrass from proliferating. And he got some samples of it. And I think he's going to work with Director Cosgrove on finding a applicable place for a test plot. The ecology board prepared a input for the comprehensive plan. It was rather lengthy. It exceeded 20 pages, but the ecology board felt that they needed at least that much to get their point across. The document dealt issues of conservation, local ecology and growth in town, and how that would affect the ecology. I had people must think I know everything, because a lot of my neighbors are saying, hey, what's up with the algae in the pond? So I sent an email to Director Cosgrove today, and he was very helpful in giving me the information that we needed. As you know, as was discussed at one of our last meetings, they did award a contract to a group called Eco Resource Solutions. They're going to put in these, I think they're called nano bubblers, which is basically a sheen of bubbles that breaks up the algae. Well, naturally, everybody is asking, where are they now? Because the algae starting to grow. Director Cosgrove reported that the contract has been let to EcoSource Solutions, but they had some problems with the bond issue. I guess when the town requires some bonding when they issue a contract. Attorney Dittman helped work through that difficulty, so it's back on track now. And so we should expect shortly that EcoSource Solutions is going to be here to do survey work for the system. They're also going to do water quality monitoring, including potential blue-green algae, which we tested for last year and didn't find any. They're also, if the testing turns out okay, they're going to start initially with that. If you recall, there was bentho-sweep, which is, it's not a chemical, but it helps cut back on the algae and the aquatic growth. So they're on track for that. And I think we should probably start seeing that, crossing fingers. We should see that work commencing fairly soon. So that's my report.
And I enjoyed our walk, Trustee Lowell, and we got to see the dippers in the pond.
Yeah.
And the turtle.
Yeah.
It's terrific. The ponds are coming back.
They are.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
A few things. First, I'd like to give a shout out to Harry Kellogg and the Boulder County Sheriff's Office deputy who was on duty Saturday morning in clearing a large tree limb that fell out right out in front of Town Hall across Highway 7. It was actually initially on the roadway and then on the shoulder, but Harry with his chainsaw skills and the Boulder County Sheriff's Office deputy with his tow rope on his vehicle, and one injured Board of Trustee member managed to clear that off to the side of the road. So thank you, Harry, for your civic mindedness and volunteerism, and the Boulder County Sheriff's Office deputy. A quick concern that I'm not sure who the appropriate staff contact person is, but I had some feedback from a couple of citizens that some of the perennial plants that had been put years ago, not at town cost, at other people's expense, into some of the planters along Highway 36 have apparently been ripped up and replaced with annual plants. I'm not sure that's really good plant management, but it would have at least been thoughtful enough to let the people that paid for and maintained those plants for years know that that was going to happen, and they might have other uses for them. I know it's a contract service now, and from what I can tell, they do a good job managing the planters and the things around town. But I hope staff is monitoring that they, if you rip up all the perennials and replace with annuals, then you have to hire more contract plant management services every year. So I think there's some thought would be given to that. And then I was around the parks yesterday some too, and talked to the park hosts and talked to the town staff that was working there. And there were almost 900 people in the park, in Laverne Johnson Park on Sunday. The feedback I got was that it was pretty full at that level. And although I think the kind of the rated capacity is 1,500, if you had twice that many people in the park, it would have been overwhelming to staff and to the park facilities. So I just suggest that we need to continually monitor the numbers in the park. And of course, as Sergeant Christ indicated, we're not at peak tubing season yet. In fact, on this weekend you shouldn't have been tubing at all, but whenever tubing is opened up, you're going to see greater numbers there. And so I think we need to be prepared to consider adjusting our park capacities if we get feedback from our park hosts and the staff that it is overwhelming them. And I will also say that I've met both sets of the Laverne Johnson Park hosts this summer, and some excellent people have been hired, and I think they're doing a fabulous job. So thanks.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Rogan.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Well, I'll start out with what I'm grateful for following Sergeant Chris' lead, and that is hearing live music again in the evenings while I'm walking my dog. It is so nice to have Main Stage up and running, and just makes me feel good to hear, warms my heart. So I'll let Mr. Dreyer fill us in on the EVC, because I see he's on the agenda tonight. The Historic Preservation Committee meets this Wednesday. I attended the Boulder County Consortium of Cities meeting, and we discussed affordable housing. So that was a lively discussion, and it was great to hear different perspectives from around the county about that. And then finally, I'm super interested in this new non-toxic cheatgrass eradicator. As somebody who last summer spent a lot of money on my dogs for getting on in their paws, and it was painful and horrible. So let me know how that goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Caravas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My reports shouldn't have to be too long, but it probably will be because most of you should have it in your packet as part of the upcoming item on the community farm. But as we know, the new permits were issued, re-rated because of our movement of our outflow. And I would like to ask that staff and Director Kaplan look into, because part of that report now requires us to add a new monitoring station just above the outflow, the new outflow, because part of the ratings that we got came from the monitoring station that was about 0.2 miles up from the old outflow. And that's what allowed us to get the readings that we're required to give to get different ratings. And in that new permit, we have to have a new one installed before we ask for a new re-rating, or when this permit expires, years down the road. With costs escalating so much, I'd like to see us look at getting that new monitoring station put in as soon as possible. And since Longmont wanted us to move it, maybe they'll go halfies, 50-50 with us and help pay for it. And since those people who agreed to that originally are still on staff there, it'd be, I would think it'd be more prudent to get in their ear now while they're all the same people are still there, because it's the low flow readings, 1 day low flow reading for a 3-year interval, and a 30-day flow reading, reoccurring flow reading for a 3-year interval is needed. So we might as well get that done, I think, as soon as possible. And I'd like to see us take a look at that. Members of the UEB have asked for a monthly readings of electrical usage at the wastewater treatment plant. That should become more available as we have the new meters coming online. Even though we're using someone else's power, I don't know if they have all the information, but Director Kaplan is going to work with the UEB on that. By doing so, as we look at and Mean starts to look at peak usage, if we have some of the biggest power users of equipment being run at peak usages, maybe we can make some changes to the plants and the lift stations to cycle on and off at off-peak time. So UEB should be looking at that, working on that over the next, I'm assuming, couple of months, a year. We should get some good data on that. Let's see. The UEB really was stressing for me to push hard. They really want to get back to in-person meetings to be available to them, and we'll be discussing that later in our agenda. They would also like to be included and make sure or remind staff to include them. I think Aaron Kaplan is on top of this. As permits come in for businesses or anybody needing adjustments to utilities, any of our utilities, they want to be made aware of it as soon as possible so they can review it. Anything coming with our infrastructure. An example is Main Stage Brewing at some point in the future is going to need some 3-phase power, which unfortunately does not exist right in the power lines behind them. So we're going to have to get three-phase power to them, so that affects the utility board in our the fund to do things. So they like to be aware of these things as soon as possible so they can figure things out. Also on it's been on their agenda or on their part, what we call the parking lot in the UEB quite some time now, but it's coming up to the front again, is the looking at updating some of our articles in our municipal code concerning lighting on business and town properties. So that I believe there are several other commissions working on that, and they will be bringing this back up to their top of their list also. The packet will be discussing with their views on the community farm that's being looked at. We'll discuss later. I do believe that, oh, and also they're making an additional change or additional information will be coming to us concerning the net metering policy that we were made aware of, that we should be coming to us here in the very near future. They've added something to that. And that is part of what you probably just read also. So there we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Trustee Miller?
I don't have much to report, except that I love the new sculpture that just got placed on, I guess it'd be Railroad and Broadway, kind of across from Western Stars, Muse of Nature. Anybody's seen it yet? It's really cool. Love it. So kudos to the LAHC for that. Housing and Human Services Commission met last month, meeting again this next Monday. But last month it was determined that there's been some sort of fraud happening with the Z-Trip vouchers. So we have to figure that out and figure out how to get around that. Apparently people are using them to go much further than they're allowed to go with them, and therefore eating up our funds very quickly. Let's see. I think that's probably about all I've got. Until next time.
Thank you. Trustee Wah.
Good evening. So I was not able to attend the Monday 24th meeting of the PCDC. However, that was a workshop, and I think the most telling thing was from that meeting was a review of the joint meeting with the Board of Trustees. So they reviewed that, and we're happy with some of the guidance that was provided there. And then most importantly, Greg Oetting has stated his intention to leave the PCDC. So there was some review of the process to elect a new chair. So I think that's eminent. I'd like to thank Greg for his service over the last almost decade on the Planning Commission. So I think we should all show him some appreciation for his efforts there. In terms of Trustee Rogan's suggestion that we state something that we're grateful for, I'd like to express my gratitude for the business owners in the town of Lyons. I was able to meet with a small group of some of the new people in town and some business owners in town that own a significant number of the larger businesses and the larger developments that are coming into existence, and the enthusiasm for the town of Lyons and for substantial change to the business-friendly environment in the town of Lyons was very encouraging to me. And I look forward to this group really working with the town over the next couple of years in order to grow and hopefully remove some of the obstacles that businesses, both old and new to town, feel. So I have a lot of gratitude for that enthusiasm, both from old grizzled business owners in town like myself, as well as some of the new blood that's coming in. So I appreciate that and have a lot of gratitude for that. So that's all I have. Thank you.
I appreciate the update to the Board of Trustees in regard to that gathering, Trustee Wah, and that you took the initiative to inform us. Thank you very much. Phew. In regard to what I'm thankful for, Cherie Moreau. She works on mental wellness. And I would like anybody who's feeling down, who's feeling depressed, who may need somebody to talk to. She has given me permission to give everyone her cell phone number. It's 720-612-9774. If you need somebody to talk to, she's the person. Her email address is mentalwellness@leaflions.org. She is a great service to the town, and I am very grateful to her. I've had a couple of conversations with her. She's very uplifting. And speaking of uplifting, let me tell you about the visit of Congressman Neguse. What a fine man, gregarious. We took a tour of Lyons. I got to drive the golf cart around, showed him the Second Avenue Bridge, the H4H development. We circled back around. I showed him the firehouse. We went up 4th Avenue, and I showed him the new hotel location. All the time pumping him for funds to maybe help us cure our situation at the wastewater treatment facility. Then we circled around and went to the Stone Cup, where there were many people who he spoke with. Like I said, he's very gregarious, very easygoing. We started to circle around to go to Planet Bluegrass. He saw a couple of workers on the garden plot. He said, "Stop the cart." That was an order to me. He got out, thanked the workers, complimented them on their work. We went to Planet Bluegrass. He was thanked for the legislation in regard to helping concert facilities. Then we went to WICASA. Betsy Burton was there to greet him. It was fascinating because he had attended Senator Feinberg's wedding there and stayed in one of the tiny homes. So it was very interesting. Then we got back to town hall. There was a little miscommunication, and it was stated in the newspaper that he would be there at 9 o'clock. He was supposed to leave at 9 o'clock. Well, there were about probably 35 people there. He spoke to every single person. He was in his element, listening to his constituency. I plan on further developing our relationship, and hopefully he will help us accrue funds for projects that we need to complete. The SFC will be having a recycling event. I'm sure it'll be blasted, and it's a really very comprehensive event because you can get rid of paint. Boulder County's going to be there, varnish, things like that. So it's a good time to dispose of those kind of items. That's all I have to report. Oh, this is absolutely the great honor of the mayoral position. I get to make 3 appointments tonight. I'll appoint Laura Mayo to the Ecology Board, and I keep saying it, and it just keeps coming. This person is so qualified that to me, it is just astounding. She has sat on both sides of the table, has a master's degree, has a bachelor's degree in the field, and those are the kind of people that fascinate me now that live in Lyons and the surrounding area. I'll also appoint Maya Kaplan to the Student Advisory Commission. I spoke to Charlie Grau about her. He was very pleased. I saw him at a graduation ceremony. He'll be leaving his position as the chair, but it was interesting because he was also the valedictorian, which didn't surprise me at all. Then I have the distinct honor of appointing Chris Cope to the Utilities and Engineering Board. And I sent him a note after he applied. And I said, why would I appoint somebody that disagrees with me 95% of the time? And I answered my own question. And I said, precisely because you disagree with me 95% of the time. We learn more, perhaps, from people we disagree with than people we agree with. So that gives me great pleasure to appoint Chris Cope to that position. Staff reports, flood recovery update.
Excuse me, Mayor. You had a board and commission update by Paul Dreyer?
Oh, where did it go? Oh,
It was before.
I'm sorry, it was right afterwards. Paul, could you please give us our update on the Economic Vitality Commission, please? Thank you, sir.
Of course. Thank you, Mayor Angelo. There is a lot happening at the EVC, but your agenda is long, so I will be brief with my comments. Just a couple of things. One, we are really excited to be working closely, perhaps more closely than ever, with the PCDC just on the comp plan, and we're getting our recommendations ready for the PCDC. The second thing that we just wanted to update you all on is recently the EVC drafted an email letter which we to Think Generator, to Paul and Renee at Think Generator. And we sent that letter and copied Administrator Simonson, Trustee Rogan, and town staff as well. And the gist of that letter was, one, just empathizing with development is hard, and two, just ensuring that an open line of communication between Think Generator and EVC, that we're happy to be listening ears for them as they move forward. And in response to that email letter that we sent to them, Paul and Ray did reach out back to us, and I recently met with them. And relating back to the comp plan and working to that, they would love to just continue the momentum of the conversation that they had recently with you all, the Board of Trustees, at a recent meeting where they presented and chatted specifically not only about their development, but the greater Eastern Corridor. And they've asked us to continue that momentum in that conversation through putting together a working group, which I would happily volunteer to help facilitate with or multiple members of the Board of Trustees, Think Generator, and then other citizens from Lyons that just would meet together to provide recommendations to the PCDC of the general comp plan, just specifically around the greater Eastern Corridor. So that's a conversation that I have is open and developing with the folks at Think Generator, Paul and Renee, and just wanted to bring it to you all. I'm happy to field questions with that, but again, this is just would be hopefully a fun working group that could just provide some additional thoughts and recommendations for the greater comp plan, just specifically around the Eastern Corridor.
Does anybody have any questions for Commissioner Dreyer? Trustee Rogan?
I don't have a question, but I just want to thank Mr. Dreyer for chairing the EBC. You run terrific meetings, and we always get a lot accomplished, and I really appreciate your clear communication style and everything that you bring to the table. So thank you very much.
My pleasure. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a question or a comment?
Okay. Excuse me for overlooking.
If it's okay, Mayor Angelo, I love gratitude and would love to share a quick gratitude in your own spirit as you give an example.
Okay. I like your idea about we can only have 2 members of the Board of Trustees participate in that group you were talking about, but we'll have time to consider that. I think it's a great idea. Obviously, I know one board member that would like to participate. I have no question of a doubt about that, and we'll figure out in regard to, that'll basically be a subcommittee to report back to the Board of Trustees on the progress of that group. So I look forward to that happening too, sir. And thank you very much.
Of course, yeah, I look forward to continued conversation. Thanks for the time here. And for gratitude, Trustee Rogan, I wanted to just throw gratitude back at you for being the liaison between this team and the EBC, and just for your just calm communication and just communicative and just informing presence at all of our meetings. So thanks so much, and thanks for bringing gratitude. Sounds like your idea to this group. So important for all of us. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to flood recovery update. Staff?
Evening, everybody. Sorry, my camera seems to intermittently work when it feels like it, so it's not working today. So I apologize for that. Just as a quick update with flood recovery, the bridge is just weeks away from opening. We will still need to do some finishing items for the bridge, but we're right on schedule and should have it open soon. The pedestrian bridge at 4th and Evans, we are submitting a structural and hydraulic modeling report to CDOT for their review. So we're continuing to move forward with design on that project. And we'll be looking to order just the bridge ahead of time so that we can utilize the CDBG funding before the deadline. So we will try and purchase that material with CDBG funding and have to store the bridge somewhere. So that will be put out for, I don't know if it'll really be a bid or request for quote on for the actual bridge itself. So that will be soon. The outfall extension is complete. We have finally switched the new outfall to the wastewater treatment plant, and the temporary outfall has been disconnected. So that will be a completed project for this year. The stormwater improvements project that's in the entrance of Bone Park, we had a pre-bid meeting today, and we are hoping to bring a contract award to the board on July 6th. And then the backup power, which is for the Public Works building and our lift station at Eagle Canyon. The backup power for the Public Works building is out to bid, and the bids are due back in June. But for the lift station, we're still waiting for some quotes from N-Line and Longmont Power, and we're still waiting for environmental clearance on that. The need for Lomar, we're still gathering data to determine if we will have to file a letter of map revision due to all the flood recovery work that we've completed to date. So right now we don't have any completed projects for 2021, but I did want to mention some other projects that are up and coming that are not flood recovery. We do have Broadway improvements project that will be funded by CDOT, and we're working on getting an IGA in place for that, which may be closer to the fall. So hopefully we'll go into design in fall, winter. And then the trail extension, again, is a CDOT funded project and hoping to get the IGA in place early fall. And then we do have a GOCO grant to do some park improvements, mostly at the Black Bear Hole, and create a trailhead there at the 2nd Avenue parking area and put in a restroom there. And that project is in design right now. So that's essentially our flood recovery update. We do have on consent agenda a proposed repayment plan back to the state for the funds they advanced us in order to cash flow flood recovery projects. And since we're winding down, it's time to start thinking of paying those funds back. So that's it for my update. Does anybody have any questions?
Are there any questions for Tracy? No, thank you.
Thank you.
Administrators report.
Thank you, everyone. Nice to see everyone tonight. First of all, I'll start with my grateful for. I have to say that when I just step out into our Bone Park area, my breath is taken away by how beautiful and lush of an environment we live in. I have to say this must be the most beautiful time of the year. And I'm thankful we're leaving the drought conditions that our Western neighbors are facing, but we will not let our guard down. 10 days of 90 degrees is going to change that quickly. And also for just being able to see our businesses and parks thriving again. It's really exciting to see people here. So updates, I'm not going to talk about COVID right now because that will be coming later. But I do want to mention that we are no longer doing testing in Lyons proper. That ended at the end of May. So people will have to go over to the fairgrounds and wherever else the county identifies here in the coming weeks where you can have testing free to the public. There's one other thing at the wastewater plant other than the outfall now being in place. We did submit $3.4 million grant to 2 of our congressmen so far. Actually, there'll be 3 congressmen who get what they call, basically it's kind of a congressional earmark that they can choose which communities they want to award so much to. So we have applied through Congressman Neguse and Senator Bennett and Senator Hickenlooper for $3.4 million of improvements needed to the wastewater treatment plant, as these are specific funds for wastewater. So we hope to hear back from them soon. Congressman Neguse did identify that he did not earmark us, but we have not lost hope through the other 2 senators. So we will await that. Do want to also give you a quick update on Summit Housing. I know people are wondering, what's going on in that arena. I do want to let the board know that staff is communicating regularly with them. They have asked for a special meeting on June 17th, if the board is available, to give you an update and to discuss their financing and timeline for construction. I have been talking with Division of Housing, and also we have really strong partnership with the City of Longmont and Boulder County in regard to the Summit project. So June 17th, I believe Clerk Vasquez is polling you to see if you're available, but we'd like to have a candid conversation with them as well as with the Division of Housing present. So we'd like to get that. I guess after hearing the 2 Mr. Fords talk earlier, I guess I need kind of a nod if the board is interested in staff pursuing the visitor center option. For Mr. Ford, this year we did not budget for the visitor center to be opened and staffed after the pandemic last year, not knowing what was going to happen. So we do not have currently a staffing plan for it. And if we could work on a P3 partnership with him, it might be able to benefit all of us if he's willing to greet visitors and assist them, and maybe work out something in exchange for him, since he is being losing his sight on fairly short notice, it sounds like. So if the board is interested in that, staff, actually, it was Kim Mitchell who came up with the idea. So if you're interested, we're happy to pursue that and bring something back to the board at your next meeting. Does that sound, Mayor, how would you like to proceed with that?
I'd like to do what I always do. I'd like to poll the Board of Trustees and see how they feel about it. Trustee Ball.
And just to be clear, this is not to award a contract, it's to pursue, investigate whether the feasibility.
Right. Trustee Ball.
So you're just looking for a straw vote here on that?
Yes.
I actually had an email from one of the members of the PCDC broaching this subject. My first reaction is, I'm not crazy about it. I thought we talked about putting Amazon lockers at the visitor center. I thought we were on schedule for that. My other objection is the amount of traffic that the visitor centers gets just for the restrooms now, where all the bikers come on weekends. And I guess the other one is somewhat philosophical. I don't think town facilities should be used for a permanent commercial operation like that. That's my opinion.
Mayor Pro Tem.
My position is similar to Trustee Lowell's. If the town is going to lease a town building that includes utilities, air conditioning, heating, basically town provided parking next door to a commercial business, the town needs to recover rent, to receive rent for that. We rent other town property. If we're going to, that's raw land. If we're going to rent a town building, we need to get a fair lease rate for it. We might get some consideration in the lease rate if the tenant is going to provide other types of services. Since this is a business, it needs to be licensed like other businesses in town, and it needs to pay sales tax like other businesses in town. And we need to make sure if they're going to be using town property that they will be collecting and paying sales taxes. So the idea has possibilities, but the precedents of basically leasing town buildings to a commercial business need to be looked at carefully. So be willing to entertain a proposal, includes rent being paid to the town and confirms licensing and sales taxes laws are being followed.
Trustee Rogan.
Yeah, I am absolutely in favor of this, in favor of staff investigating and bringing us back something. Couple notes. We just leased town property to the rafting rental vendor, so there is a precedent. As to the Amazon lockers, we heard that there was some new technology that Amazon was using that wouldn't make it possible at the visitor center, I believe, and Kim, Director Mitchell can correct me if I'm wrong. And also, nobody's talking about this being a permanent solution. I think it's a great out-of-the-box idea that absolutely should be investigated.
Trustee Carothers.
I have the concerns that Trustee Lowell and Mayor Pro Tem brought up, but however, I would for the short notice for this individual on his eviction notice. I would be interested to see what we come up with for the year, since we don't have anything budgeted for the building's going to sit. If something comes up, as the Mayor Pro Tem has indicated, that works out for the board, works out for the town, works out for the individual. But I would also ask that while this is being done, that maybe Trustee Rogan and the EVC could also look at permanently helping this individual find another business owner, landowner that has some extra space. I mean, I know on Broadway, the old barber shop, there's lease sign. If someone can help out, that the EVC maybe kind of gets involved somehow to help out more long-term than just this maybe summer and fall. But yeah, we need to definitely really look at it. But I'd be very interested to see what we can put together and if we can help out or not.
Trustee Miller?
I concur with Trustee Rogan and Trustee Caravas.
Trustee Waugh?
Today is June 7th. School starts again in about 9 weeks. So the summer is just going to be over before we even get this started. I see no reason for a town building to sit there empty. I think there needs to be somebody there one way or another. And I think this is a great short-term solution. And I encourage the town to figure out how we can do it. I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem Browning. This needs to be a registered business that's paying sales tax. But other than that, I think we should do everything we can to help this small business that is a great resource during down times in our community. And it would be a shame for us to not at least put an effort into trying to figure out a solution, at least in the short term.
And I agree with Trustee Waugh. It's unfortunate that it most likely will be just a short-term solution. And perhaps we can find a more permanent location, but I think that that it's incumbent upon us to try to help this person. He's done a lot for the town. He's like a gem in the town, and the devil will be in the details. And we're just going to have to review what the staff comes up with. But I think it was a good suggestion. I wish it could be permanent, but perhaps we can find a permanent location for Ralph. So I would say to proceed with bringing the board a proposal, Madam Administrator.
Okay, we'll do that at the next meeting. We won't lose any more time.
Okay.
In regard to just a quick comment back to Trustee Caravas, that location with the barber shop has since been converted to 2 new office spaces. So just FYI. In regard, I have a couple other quick updates. As part of the Recovery Acts, there was 2 grants called Revitalizing Main Street. We did receive notice that we did receive $150,000 to add ambient lighting on Main Street between 4th and 5th, and some solar bollard lighting on 4th between the elementary school and the library. So those are both to help with revitalizing Main Street and brightening it up down there, especially for evenings and wintertime. The second one is a $305,000 grant that could be used to be our match for the Broadway Avenue project. We are still waiting to hear on that. The first one we did hear notification on, but the larger one we have not heard yet. So I want to point that out. A couple other opportunities. And did also want to say that I know there's some interest in beyond the diversion days being offered by Sustainable Futures Commission. Staff is working on plans for potential curbside pickup for limbs. This year in the budget, we only put in that $5,000. So we're looking at a summer pickup instead of spring fall. So probably end of July would be the soonest. And then I think Kim, you wanted to clarify something that Trustee Miller said about the Z trips, if you're still on here.
I don't think so.
Trustee Lowell, though, I saw you had your hand up in between.
Yeah, thank you. I neglected to ask one question in my trustees report, and because we were talking about the high flow in the river, didn't we budget for like a half a dozen life-saving stations this year? Do you know what the status of that is?
Yes, they have been ordered, and like many other items right now, they're not getting here as quickly as we'd hoped. but they are ordered and we're partnering with the fire department to get those installed as soon as they arrive.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And then on a lighter note to end my report, because things have opened up with COVID, do want to let the public know and the board that summer concert series will be starting again July 1st through August 12th, Thursdays at Sandstone Park. We are looking at a bridge grand opening and dedication ceremony for the 2nd Avenue Bridge on July 8th. Senator Hickenlooper has said he wants to be here for that. I'm hoping that means maybe he's going to award that grant. We'll see for the wastewater plant while he's here, but who knows? But there'll be publicity coming out on that. This Saturday from 9 to 3 in Bone Park is our artisan and farmers market. It should be a really great time for the public to be out and about with music and crafts. So please come to that. Recreation activities are in full swing. The museum is open and 3 new pieces of art have been placed. So just want to let people know we are up and running and back in action for summer in Lyons.
Any further questions for Administrator Simonson? Trustee Carolis.
First one is not a question, but a congratulations to you, Victoria, and the new member to your family little while ago. Congratulations to you and your family. Best of luck to your daughter and her new husband. Just to remind, I mentioned it before and I will continue to harp on it even after I'm off the board, concerning the Broadway expansion. We get grants for this or that. We have as I've mentioned many times before, we have a partially collapsed stormwater sewer vault underneath Main Street, Broadway, out to the park somewhere. It needs to be fixed. So if this project goes through and the roadway is open, we definitely should be funding and looking at whether repairing or adding an additional drainage vault next to the old original one in order to save Main Street and Broadway from flooding. We have a nice new business on Broadway on Main Street, empty lot, the old fork, the Main Stage Brewing. We got to drain water. We got to drain water. We got to drain water. Infrastructure. We got to get that vault fixed and possibly expand it while the road is partially open. Other grant monies, and maybe we should piggyback something there. I will keep harping on that. So there we go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments to Administrator Simonson? Thank you. Council, legal update.
Thank you, Mayor Angelo. I do have several updates for the board this week on a variety of different matters. I'll start with the CDOT Crown Castle project we kind of alluded to earlier. I have been meeting with CDOT and Crown Castle on a proposed project to place essentially fiber and small cells up the 36 corridor with a couple of potential locations in town, but mostly further up the canyon to Allen's Park and Estes Park. So we'll trying to plan on meeting with both CDOT and Crown Castle sometime soon to discuss what that project looks like. Also want to give the board update on the Paul Freisig matter. Mr. Freisig has continued to timely pay his payments for under the settlement, so that's good news. Moving on to Honeywell, I think the board was informed that the attempts at motion to dismiss or motions of summary judgments were filed by various parties have all failed at this point. So our action will go forward under the judge's order in Boulder District Court. However, it will be done through arbitration. And so as kind of expected, the arbitration clause of the contract was upheld. And the next step would be to move to arbitration if the case continues to proceed. There is at this point the increased potential for settlement, which is good news. Won't talk about the details of that publicly at this time, but probably by the next board meeting, we'll have an executive session to discuss that. Those are negotiations are very, very, very early at this time. It's really happening late last week. So hopefully have more to report on that at the next meeting with regards to how that case is going. Next, I was asked to give a quick overview, since we haven't really had much time as a board to discuss a lot of the ethics code and what the exact attendance policy is for the Board of Trustees. I'm just going to read for everyone's edification from the ethics code, and specifically section 5. And it says that a board member's seat in the Board of Trustees shall be deemed vacant and shall be filled by the board in accordance with the provisions of the Lions Municipal Code when a member absents him or herself from the duties and responsibility of her office without reasonable excuse for a period of 30 consecutive days. And so if anybody has any questions in the future on the attendance policy, please feel free to reach out on that one. I believe that's it. I guess I could give a quick update, even though there's not really much to update on the Callahan matter. And that simply is that there are still negotiations happening. There is an update required to the municipal court pretty soon, but I'm hoping to come to some sort of resolution with Mr. Callahan's attorney soon. But given COVID and the unavailability of contractors and accessing the property with the current owners, there hasn't been a solution yet found on that, but some progress in negotiations has been made, and there will be an update to the municipal court, I think next week, or whenever the next time the municipal court meets. So that's my update for now. Happy to answer any questions. A lot of work going on right now. So,
are there any questions for council? Seeing none, we have a liquor license authority. We'll have to, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the regular meeting and call to order the liquor license authority.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Trustee Watt?
I said aye, sorry.
and Trustee Lowell.
Aye. Passes unanimously. I'll call the liquor license authority to order, and I'll introduce the matter. I call to order a public hearing of the Lions Liquor License Authority. The authority shall consider the application submitted by Shirley Oliver and Jason Reeve, owner and operator of the Prickly Pear Tavern. Deputy Town Clerk, please introduce the case and enter into evidence the necessary document.
On May 20th, our office received an application from the Prickly Pear Tavern for a new license to be located at 160 Main Street. The applicant has submitted 63 verified resident signatures. Applicant will have food available meeting the Colorado statutes. Applicant has also submitted all required documentation, completed fingerprinting and background check requirements. The town has posted this notice at the location and published it online on May 24th. And at this point, we have not received any objections to this new license.
Counselor?
yes, Mayor Angelo.
Do I read number 4 into the record?
Excuse me, what is number 4?
I move that the entire corporate limits of the town.
Yes.
I move that the entire corporate limits of the town of Lyons be considered as the neighborhood for purposes of this liquor license application and the public hearing. And do I now read item 5 into the record without any comment from the applicant?
I'm sorry, Mayor Angelo, I don't have your list in front of you, so I don't know.
I'm sorry.
I think it's a list from Marissa, I believe.
I'm sorry, I'll read it into the record. The applicant may make a presentation to the authority concerning the requested liquor license application. After the applicant, other interested persons will be provided an opportunity to address the authority. The applicant and any other person who speaks may ask questions of and cross-examine any other person who speaks at this hearing. So I'll ask the applicants to make their presentation to the authority at this time.
Mayor Angelo, before we begin, can I ask a question of the deputy town clerk?
Pardon me?
Before we begin any further, may I ask a question of the deputy town clerk?
You may, sir.
Thank you. Deputy town clerk, my understanding is that 63 individuals signed a petition supporting this application. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It's my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that Trustee Miller was one of those individuals.
I can pull it up and double check that list.
I was.
Okay. Just in the interest of fairness to the applicant and for all involved, Trustee Miller, may I ask that you please recuse yourself from this matter, as it is a quasi judicial matter.
Sure.
All
right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, counsel. The applicants can address the, do I call the public meeting to order?
I believe we already have at this point. I think at this point, the applicant gives a presentation and then the public can speak, and then
anybody can be, okay. The applicant, please, either one, Jason or
Shirley, I can start.
Shirley, either one.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start. So thanks for everybody taking the time to meet with us. I'll try to keep it fairly brief. But my name is Jason Reif. Shirley Oliver is my partner. We currently have taken over 160 East Main. Tentatively, we are looking to have a family-oriented restaurant there called the Prickly Pear Tavern. We will have, we're calling it kind of American comfort food with a European undercurrent, which simply means basically just slightly elevated food with a reasonable mid-level price point. And then also have offerings that are going to be more family orientated. It's one thing that I've feel it's been missing in the town for quite a while. And we don't want to bring in yet another kind of bar type of scenario. So we will have food, music, in kind of the bar area. We are very cognitive of what has transpired there in the past. And we have already reached out to a lot of the surrounding folks and will continue to do so in terms of issues that have been there with music. We're not here to recreate any of that, and understand fully that communication and respect is paramount. So on that note, the music will be subdued, a lot of just kind of what the town really kind of wants. And I don't know if any of you have seen any of the Facebook stuff that I've kind of posted this last day, but really, I'm really interested in opening it up to the town and community, getting their input across the board, from the music, the food, what needs to kind of be there, what the families are going to want, so that it really becomes a space for the community. And also, as part of that, we've reached out to Leaf, and we have kind of a program that we're working on that will be kind of what we're tentatively calling kind of a pay here, give here program, where we're looking to give back a certain amount of proceeds to two different town nonprofits or whatnot. We're still kind of feeling that out and need to connect with a few people, but that's it, kind of I guess in a general overview. Really what we've been doing up to this point is just really been kind of cleaning the space, getting everything back up to operational standards. And I think we're pretty close to doing that. So I don't know if Shirley has anything to.
Do you have anything to add, Ms. Oliver?
Yeah, it's just that we also, like Jason was mentioning, we also want to open up the space, since it is so big and pretty much a staple of downtown, to a lot of artists. We've had already a banjo classes being taught there as we've been cleaning up the space, and also just various other ideas of just how to bring community together, but also to share local artists, work by way of events, small events, bringing people together. You know, that's in the works, and we've talked seriously about how important that is to both of us.
I should also mention, I also own another business in town, Lacuna Botanicals. We're at the top of 5th Street, and we've been there for about five years, a little over that. So I'm kind of, versed in what's happening with the town and whatnot. So I'm just looking to try to take this space and contribute more to the community, both with Lacuna and with this new venture.
Thank you. Let's see. Would anybody else that's online wish to address the board? The Liquor License Authority in regard to this application?
Did the board have any questions for the applicants before we proceed to that?
Are there any questions for the applicant by the board?
And just questions, withhold any comment at this point.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. I think there's a few questions I need to ask at this point. Is or will the applicant be in legal possession of the premises? Has the applicant provided to the town evidence of ownership or a lease agreement?
Yes, sir, we have.
Does the zoning of the property permit the proposed liquor use?
Yes.
Does the applicant hold another liquor license or have an interest in any other business which is licensed under the state laws governing liquor licenses?
I can answer, sir, no.
Thank you. Did the town's investigation of the applicant disclose any reason why the applicant cannot hold a license he or she is requesting?
No.
If there is nobody in the public that wishes to comment at this time, is there? If there isn't, are there any comments by members of the board of, the Liquor License Authority?
Understanding that the public hearing portion is now closed.
Okay. Close the public hearing, and I'll entertain a motion to approve or deny the application. Mayor Pro Tem.
Move that we approve the application of Prickly Pear Tavern for a Lions Liquor Licensing Authority permit.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Are there any further comments? Administrator Simonson.
I just want to comment and make sure that the board is aware that we are expanding the footprint of this liquor license from the previous owners, that this will also include the Western Stars area as well. So just in case people see that happening, I don't want anybody to be surprised about that, but there is an extension of the premise from previous liquor license holders.
Okay. And that was in the drawing. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further comments? If not, I'll call for the vote.
Oh,
Mayor Angelo?
Oh,
I think Mayor Pro Tem Browning had
Mayor
his.
Pro Tem Browning.
No, I just wanted to say I commend the applicants for reaching out to the surrounding neighbors in advance and trying to head off problems that occurred at this location in the past. And I think that's the proper way any new business should do. And that's something that's appreciated, and that I certainly appreciate them doing.
Any further comments?
Can I say something real quick?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. So thank you. Again, we were just trying to enforce that the whole community and making sure that we're being cognitive and aware of everyone around us and in the community. So, and then if I just could clarify the expanded liquor area with Western Stars, that was basically just simply so if we could have a little bit more camaraderie and have the doors open and people could come in, go shopping, and not have to worry about their drink per se. So.
Smart. We have a motion and a second. Any further comments? If not, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Watt,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan.
Aye, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, you guys. We're so happy that that we have people who are thoughtful that are going to take over the location, and I hope you do well.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
We need a motion to adjourn the Liquor License Authority and enter back into the regular meeting.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Did we lose the mayor pro tem? Oh, there it is.
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
And Trustee Miller as well.
All right, she's back. Trustee Miller.
Yay.
We are now back in the regular meeting. Consent agenda. Could you please read it into the record, Madam Clerk?
Yes, number one is Resolution 2021-56, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, amending the Town of Lyons fee schedule. Number two is Resolution 2021-57, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the flood recovery state repayment plan. Number three is the June accounts payable. And number four, the May 17th, 2021 regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes.
Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Does anybody request any item to be removed from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
and Trustee Lowell.
Aye.
The consent agenda is approved unanimously. Could you please read item one under general business, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item one is Macintosh Water Share dedication request on behalf of the Spirit Hounds Distillery.
Do we have a staff report on that?
Yes, Mr. Kaplan is giving that report.
Okay.
Sorry, what, on the community garden?
No.
No. Spirit Hounds.
Hound.
Oh, sorry, we're already up to there.
We're not messing around tonight.
I apologize. Yeah. So, Spirit Hounds Distillery had submitted an application to be able to use Lake McIntosh water shares for their submission of water rights for their increased water usage at their current facilities and for the expansion of their facilities to do greater production. Staff reviewed this application and it looked to be in order to bring to the Board of Trustees for their review. That is about it, and wait for trustee questions.
Are there any questions for the utility director? Trustee Waugh.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I may have missed this in there. Are they looking for another 3/4 inch or are they going to 1.5 inches?
So they're looking to basically go up to a 2-inch tap once the expansion is done. They currently have the 3/4 inch, And based on the town code, that allows for 270,000 gallons of water. Once you use more than 270,000 gallons of water, you either start to pay a penalty or you have to increase your tap size. You're not physically increasing it, but you have to accommodate for the increased water usage with a 1-inch tap on paper. So they're looking to do that increase to the 1-inch tap currently because they need more water for their current production, or they could reduce the amount they produce. And then when they do their expansion, they're looking, I think they're still looking into it, but they did look and discuss it as an option to go to a 2-inch tap, but they could look at it with if they use the second property, it's all being consolidated. I'm not sure if the lot consolidation is finalized, getting into some of that with the 2 lots, but if they went with 2 1-inch taps or a 2-inch tap, in this case, those would be the same.
Go ahead, sir.
How many Macintosh shares are required for each step in that 2-step process?
So the 2-inch would be 6. Sorry, that's 6 CVT shares. So with Lake Macintosh, you need 1.4 for each 1 share of CVT. So that would be 8.4. I think I have my math right for the final one. And to go up from a 3/4 inch to a 1-inch, they would just require 1.4 more shares because a 1-inch is basically the same as 2 3/4 inch.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions for Utility Director Kaplan? I think they meet all the requirements. You know, so I don't have an objection to this at all. Are we looking for direction? Are we looking to bring this back to the Board of Trustees?
The application is something that gets approved by the Board of Trustees.
Correct. And the vote is recorded on the application. So I think we're looking for a vote on.
Okay. So we'll need a motion. Mayor Pro Tem.
I move that we approve the application for use of Lake Macintosh water shares for Spirit Hounds.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second, as stated. Any comments? Trustee Waugh.
I think we have an opportunity here with some of the Macintosh shares that were recently purchased by the town. I'd like to consider maybe helping Spirit Hounds by dedicating 0.4 shares so that they only need to secure 1 rather than provide 2 to the town. I don't know if that's feasible, but it just seems like if all we have to allocate to Longmont is 1.4, they can buy 1 and we could dedicate 0.4 of our 10 or so that we have and that we're holding in reserve.
We'd have to do that by a separate, just so everyone's clear, to do it by a separate agenda item. The town cannot dedicate property without, I'd have to look in this case, would it be a resolution or an ordinance, but certainly some form of authorization. So it couldn't be as part of this item.
Mayor Pro Tem, you wanted to make a comment?
Yeah, the only issue before us tonight is whether this proposed expansion would constitute economic development or not. That's it. There's no development application before us, no site plan, no PCDC recommendation, nothing. This is just, would expanding this existing successful business constitute economic development? If so, under our policy, they're entitled to use Lake Macintosh shares. We're not here on whether the town should put up money or shares or anything else, but clearly this is economic development, and I'm going to vote yes. So,
any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Aye.
Waugh?
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
trustee Lowell,
Aye.
trustee Travis,
Aye.
trustee Miller.
Yay.
The motion passes unanimously, and I wish our Spirit Hounds much great business in the future. Could you please read item 2 under general business, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item 2 is the community farm project update.
Could we have a staff report, please?
That will be Director Kaplan again.
Can you give me 1 second? Would it be possible to switch these to?
The items.
Yeah.
Sure.
Sure, or we could let, if the mayor's up for it, he could let Vasi give an update.
I'd rather have an update. I'd rather have an update from
So
the.
this is the community garden? I thought
Yes.
Johnny said you were doing that, Victoria.
No.
Sorry, I can do it, but I didn't prep. So either way.
Yeah, either way, there was a request by the Community Farm Project Group to give an update on some of the issues that were brought forward to the board at your last meeting where we discussed this. And also there was an interest in having the Utilities and Engineering Board weigh in on whether or not one of our flood recovery taps, they would recommend using it for this location. So Erin was going to give the UEB update. And I believe that Yanni is on vacation today, so she's not here to do it. But I believe that they were hoping to have the community garden folks give an update on their project.
Director Kaplan, do you have anything to add to this discussion at this time?
Yeah, if I can pull it up, let me pull up what's actually in the agenda there.
Oh, I could do that. I always assume people, I'm sorry.
Right, and I didn't have anything else really because I didn't think I was doing this one, sorry.
Can you give the update from the UEB?
Right, so the UEB had reviewed it and had basically discussed the concerns about water rights or shares. And based on the idea that this would be a town-owned property and therefore the town would be retaining the water rights and it would just be put out in a lease to whatever entity used it, they were not concerned with the idea of the water rights and how that would be affected. There was discussion from Longmont that if it was a temporary use, that we would be able to include that in our annual letter, that we expected this to be a temporary use of one of the flood damaged property taps, and that we could therefore use that temporarily and then put that back into our allocation. So Longmont did not have any concerns on that either. The UEB did want to stress they did not feel that the water fund should be supporting any of the infrastructure needs. There was support for the project, but that the water fund is an enterprise fund for the water utility. And so if there were infrastructure needs, such as a new meter or any new work on the lines, that should be looked to be funded with some other options. And those were the two basic items that were looked at for that. And that was what the UEB voted on in their resolution.
Since the Board of Trustees wanted UEB input on this, is that your recollection, Liaison Caravis?
Yes, the UEB, as the last statement that Director Kaplan made, is the UEB definitely feels that the use of these, the use of the infrastructure should not be paid for by the fund and the ratepayers, but by, since this is town-owned property, it should be probably merged in with the parks, since they're not, it's truly park property. This one is not. Public Works should kind of come under their umbrella, become part of their budget. Therefore, water usage bill, everything would be run through them and not the fund itself.
And the UEB did not have a problem with not charging the base rate either.
Correct. That was their agreement. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
So on the staff memo, there are 5 items that Yanni Jones had put forward on behalf of the community garden or the community farm project. The first was installing a yard hydrant and its associated plumbing, and should we pay for that or should they? Does the board agree to use of a flood development share? Having the water be at a wholesale rate that the town would pay since we own the property. And then they asked for approval of beekeeping and assistance in removing a dead tree on that site. So those are the items that I think they were hoping for direction on.
Trustee Wah.
Refresh my memory, this community garden project or this community farm project, who are the beneficiaries of it? Are it just members of this organization?
No, it's the entire community is my understanding.
So they're going to give away food?
Going to give away food and help Leaf and some other folks as well.
Okay.
And also there's an education component that's attached to this, Trustee Wah. That because of the way they're going to garden, they want to teach people to be more efficient in regard to water use. And I think that that's a very valuable entity. Are there any other comments by the board at this time? Trustee Wah?
Yeah, I'm all in favor of this type of a project. I think the ask is a little extreme, to be honest. We just had a conversation about an unused town resource that we couldn't possibly let somebody else use without going to competitive bid and getting rent out of them and other consideration. The water share, that's great. We don't have to give it permanently. I think that has tremendous value. I think the fire hydrant at $500, I don't think the town should pay for that. I think that should be part of this process. And I don't think tree removal should be part of our process. I mean, we're talking, I don't know what this tree is, but I mean, it's $1,000 or more to take a tree out. I think we're being very generous in providing the water and the connection and the tap. I just think that the other things are a little bit extreme and a little bit over the top in terms of what the town should be expected. I mean, we're supporting it with nearly $80,000 worth of water, backed up water and a connection. I just think that the other things should be handled by this group personally.
Any other comments? Trustee Rogan.
Yeah, I have a question. So I know that our staff has such great experience with grant writing and such deep knowledge. We have a deep bench of knowledge. I wonder if it would be appropriate to request that the community food people work with staff to learn how to do some grant writing so that they can maybe apply for some grants to cover some of the items that Trustee Wah was talking about. I certainly don't want to add any extra work to staff's huge pile, but I just wonder if something like that might be feasible.
We have been communicating back and forth with them when we see opportunities for grants.
Any other comments? I'd like to go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I agree with the UE recommendations that it should not come out of the water fund. It's easy to talk about the water fund as just some bookkeeping entry, but the water fund is paid for by the ratepayers. And so the real question is, should the other ratepayers of Lyons, both commercial and residential, pay the cost of this project? And I don't think they should. I don't think it adds to the benefit, to the financial benefit of the water fund. So I agree with what Trustee Caravas said. It's not really a park either. So I guess it's public works because it's on property. So if the town is going to either use or advance funds for this, then I guess it needs to come out of the Public Works budget. And to Trustee Waugh's point, I think those out-of-pocket costs should, at a minimum, be split between the applicant and the town. And hopefully, hopefully grant sources are available for the people who are running the project to come up with their share. But I would suggest a split. And I would have, this is my suggestion. I'm okay based on the UEB recommendation with not charging a water-based rate. But I think that, and I'm okay with the commercial rate up to a point. I mean the wholesale rate up to a point. I think $3,000 is under 3,000 gallons, I believe, is the average water use for a Lions customer. And my suggestion would be that they pay the wholesale rate up to 3,000 gallons per month, but should they ever exceed it, that they would pay the full as any other ratepayer would. That would provide an incentive to conserve water. They told us last time that they are studying how to minimize water use, but I think putting that financial incentive in there would be a wise thing to do. So those are my suggestions, is basically waive the base rate, have them at least split the costs, and anything over 3,000 gallons per month, they would pay the full water rate.
I concur with Mayor Pro Tem wholeheartedly. And if everybody doesn't mind, I'd like to ask Bessie to address the Board of Trustees at this time.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, everybody. My video does not seem to be working. I'll just speak without a video. Yeah, I did want to mention that the idea for this is to be a public place where people can come in and actually learn from even being in the environment, learn about different herbs that we've planted, learn about trees, and be able to pick things as they walk through. So any excess that we grow, we would donate to LEAF, but it would be kind of similar to a public park in that we intended to be completely open to community members to come in and enjoy the environment that we've created. And also, as Mayor Nick mentioned, we intend to do education for children, for adults, to do classes on a monthly basis. I also wanted to mention that this project is in line with the plan that was created after the flood for these buyout properties. We went through that plan very carefully, and orchards are actually planned for that specific plot. And a food forest would be a more expansive project because it would also include berries and also herbs and things like that. So it wouldn't just be an orchard, but we felt that it was very much in line with the goals that the town and the board had set at that time for this specific buyout property. So yeah, I just wanted to mention those things, and just appreciate, in gratitude, I just appreciate the board being willing to listen to us and to take into account this idea, and for all that you do. It's been really interesting for me to sit in on these meetings, so thank you.
I just wanted to mention that Trustee Lowell taught me this. With our water share portfolio and the shares that we haven't used yet, we joked about how quickly the amount of water flowed past us on the St. Vrain on our walk that this garden would use in a year. It was probably just a couple of seconds. Millions of gallons of water that we own, that we could use, flow past Lions. So I don't think it's too much to ask that a project with this kind of significance could be granted, the concessions that they're being granted. And I'm very happy that we've discussed this in depth, and I hope that we can come to a decision tonight to let this project proceed as planned. Trustee Wah.
I agree. I think this is a good project, and I think Mayor Pro Tem Browning has come up with a good compromise in terms of costs. I guess my concern after hearing Bessie speak is, will we have a lease agreement for this land? How will insurance be covered? If this is going to be a public space, we're going to have people just wandering around a farm area with farming equipment and so forth. I mean, what's the insurance implications for this, I guess, is one of my big concerns. If it is a quasi, is the town on the hook for that? Is the lease, or, you know, do
We have,
so
this is the same as the leases we've done for all the other buyout properties, except this one is identified as a community parcel. And so the nonprofit organization has to supply the insurance. We still own it, but they maintain it and insure it.
Okay, great.
Council, could you address Trustee Wah's other concerns?
I think Victoria covered the insurance piece of it pretty well. We had the same issue with the other community garden project, and you know, we're very clear that they had to maintain their own insurance. So our insurance through SURSA would not cover these activities. In addition, we'll probably have some sort of a license agreement for the activities being conducted there, further laying out the activities which are permitted and not permitted on the property. Pretty sure we did that for the other organization as well. I can't remember the details. You know, 2020 was so long, but I remember having those discussions with them, and we would expect the same of this organization as well.
Okay. I'd like to get a consensus of the board in regard to the Mayor Pro Tem's suggestion of the town sharing in the expenses. How do we feel about that? Trustee Caravas?
With what Mayor Pro Tem Browning brought up, I would agree with. However, I'd probably add something to it, that with our June 17th meeting coming up, other plans to the Eastern Corridor, I wouldn't guarantee the use of that water share or that water right on that property, that the board reserves the right to, with, I don't know, a seasonal notice ahead of time, 60-day, something definitely proper for them, that it can be pulled and used for another source that the town deems necessary, affordable housing, another habitat project out on the Eastern Corridor, something like that. I would rather see a limit or that kind of provision put in, but yeah, the wholesale rate's fine, up to 3,000 gallons than the regular rate. The Public Works being on the hook, Town of Lyons Public Works Department, part of their budget is the installation, and they can work out whether it's a 50-50, 60-40, where they feel is split with this organization on that. Part of the beekeeping I'm fine with. The system with the tree removal, I'm a little bit back and forth, agree with Kenyon, slightly disagree because we do remove trees because they are a liability hazard, but I wouldn't guarantee that we remove it right away. Next time Public Works has a plan to remove trees and bring a chipper in, whether it's this year or next year, and it's gonna take a bunch of volunteers to haul branches again, feed the chipper, it might be a year or 2 or 3 before we get to it. So that's kind of where I am with that.
And just so you know, in consideration of your concern, there will be no animals.
Yeah, I heard that. Thank you.
Okay, you bet. Trustee Wah, your feelings?
I agree, and I like the additions by Trustee Caravas.
Trustee Lowell?
Yeah, I'm okay with the 50-50 split, although I wager that the Lions Community Foundation might vote the whole thing for them with the proper application.
Did you hear that, Vassie?
Yes, I'm writing it down.
Good. Trustee Miller?
I'm fine with that as well. I mean, I think that's a good plan. 50-50 split. I think the hydrant and all that stuff, infrastructure, $500, whatever, we can find they can find grants for that, or that we should just pay for it. It's a community space, and I think it's really awesome that somebody's actually putting forth this much effort to do. And I think it's going to be pretty cool when it's done. So.
Thank you. Trustee Rogan?
Yeah, I'm a big supporter of this project. I think it's great for the community. I think Mayor Pro Tem came up with a great solution. And I agree with everybody else's comments. I would love to know, maybe we could have some regular updates from Bossy and the team, just kind of find out how it's going. Yeah, I really look forward to it. I think it's great that we're figuring out a way forward.
It's issues like this when I have to admit, I just love this Board of Trustees. Administrator Simonson, would you proceed with the direction that the
Director Kaplan has his hand raised.
that the board came up with tonight? Director Kaplan.
I just wanted to point out and maybe make the comment with regard to rate structures for water. We do want to try to remember that a rate classification is set as a specific, let's say, number. You get rate class 100, rate class 102. We can't individualize all the various items, or I would recommend you don't want to do that. It's already a bit expanded on what we do. So in the past, the Botanic Gardens fell under the town class. They pay the town water rate. And it was looked at because it was, again, a town property. And so they had the town water rate. The town does not pay the base rate. The town pays the wholesale rate that we pay Longmont. So just the thought that, and if you have other gardens or other projects that come in, you're going to want to try to make an actual rate classification and not an individual rate structure. And the UEV did actually talk about whether or not in the code you could make individual rate structures, that there is a structure set there, and there would be concerns about doing individual rate classes for one member or various members. They felt the Botanic Gardens was running under the town property, and it was the town paying the town rate was part of the discussion.
And this is also town property, is it not?
Right, yes. So if you use the town rate, that would be fine. But to add other structures to that classification, you have to remember that you have to put in other codes to try to say this has this individual specification.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
That's a good point that Director Kaplan makes, but tonight we're just giving direction. We don't have a lease agreement or a license agreement or anything. And I understand that there's a community garden project to follow this one, which is the community farm project. And there's been discussion in the past of an arboretum project, perhaps at some point. So perhaps, in addition to the rate code is appropriate for town property used for community purposes. So that's something we could easily do. And I think the code could add that rate classification when we finally get around to approving this.
Yeah. Administrator Simonson.
Thank you, sir. I would just want to clarify before we wrap this up. So there were 5 issues. The hand pump and plumbing costs, 50-50 split with the town of Lyons. Tree removal, 50-50 split with the town of Lyons. Use of a flood connection tap on a temporary basis, kind of like an encroachment agreement. If we need it back, we will give them notice. And wholesale rate for water for right now, it's up to 3,000 gallons per month. There's one other issue, beekeeping. Our code does not address beekeeping, and they are asking to be able to have some bees.
There are bees that have been allowed inside the town limit in a much more dense area of town. What's the problem?
That's one of her requests, because it's not addressed in the code. They made a formal request. We haven't gotten your straw poll on that one.
Yeah, I don't think there's a problem.
I did state agreement with that. And as I added things, I think Kane agreed with that. And I think others, I don't know if the most did yet or not, but I think that's what we did.
Anyone not agree with that?
Trustee Lowe?
No, I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine with beehives. My problem is I think they're going to have to protect them with electric fence, which is not allowed, correct?
That's right.
It's not allowed in town.
Yeah, so I mean, you can put the beehives out there, but they're not going to last too long once a bear finds them.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a comment?
Let it be.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay.
Can I mention something?
You may.
Okay. I just wanted to share that there are ways to have bee houses without the honey. We can set up bee houses for bees to naturally come. So there's other ways of doing that without creating a bunch of honey in that area where bears can come and get a treat. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you're excited, Vassie, by the direction of the board.
Oh, I'm incredibly excited, and very excited to also share updates as we go and keep all of you in the loop with what we're working on and how the project is going.
Thank you very much. Item 3 under general business, Madam Clerk.
Yes, this is direct discussion and direction on the COVID emergency resolution.
Staff.
There's a memo in your board packet today. Basically, our current COVID emergency resolution is set to expire on June 30th of this month. So we wanted to bring this to the board's attention now so that we can prepare the appropriate action for June 21st if needed. I think, as everyone knows, that things are really starting to lighten up. However, as was kind of noted earlier, we're not really sure the impacts to our parks yet. And the attorney and I have discussed whether or not we want to keep, or we recommend keeping the resolution in place. We can't get a very direct answer on whether or not you have to be in a state of declaration of emergency to be eligible for the federal funding. So we are thinking that if the board would be up to it, we would like to draft an updated emergency resolution, staying very, very broad, but keeping it in place just a little longer until we can get that question answered.
I don't have a problem with that.
But we need to gear up whatever's the board's wishes for your next meeting.
Again, I'll poll the board, Mayor Pro Tem.
If it may help in eligibility for federal funding, some of the things we've talked about, then I'm in favor of it. I don't think it's necessary for parks. There's very broad discretion granted to the town administrator and the staff for setting parks rules, COVID or no COVID. So I don't think it's necessary for that purpose. And if we're going to put it in place for possible funding reasons, I think we ought to take out the provisions that allowed suspension of, business regulations and that type of thing, because I don't think those are justified by a COVID emergency anymore. So narrow it down, but if it's potentially helpful for funding, fine with me.
Trustee Garavas.
I would concur with Mayor Pro Tem Browning that if it's because the funding is in question, I'd keep it in that place. We've given broad powers to staff, especially with our parks. Anything else, I don't think it's needed, but definitely if it's until we get a definite answer, or we get a more definite answer concerning the funding that's tied to a proclamation, I'm fine with it staying in place.
Trustee Roy.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. I think we have 2 weeks. Let's get an answer to that question about funding, and hopefully we don't have to pass anything or continue anything or modify anything. We have 2 weeks. Seems like a pretty straightforward question. Let's focus on getting the answer rather than drafting more ordinances.
Trustee Miller.
I agree with what's been said.
Trustee Rogan.
Yep, I agree.
Trustee Lowe.
I concur.
You have your direction, Madam Administrator.
And Mayor
Tony
Angela,
Dishman has his hand up.
Yes,
if I could just add something about as to why we don't have an answer, it's not because it's not so straightforward from the sense of there's an answer yes or no. It's that they're debating this on the federal level, and it really comes down to the funding source. If it's money being dispersed pursuant to the Stafford Act, that's pretty clear. You need that resolution in place. If it's related to other sources of funding, then maybe not so much. And the debate is really among people, is it better to have it in place in case something ends up being tied to the Stafford Act? Or is it, is that such a minimal likelihood that you can take it away? So I don't think we're going to be any closer to an answer, in 2 weeks, because it's an uncertain federal question that no one knows the answer to. It's not something we can just go out and find. It's really an internal debate among federal officials and local officials as to the proper designations that need to be in place in order to access certain buckets of funding. So it's not really a straight yes or no answer. It's kind of the problem that everybody, not just Lions, is kind of dealing with on this one.
thank you for the clarification, Counselor. You do have your direction, Madam Administrator. Number 4 under general business, Madam Clerk.
Yes, this is discussion and direction on the return to in-person board meetings.
Thank you. This is a discussion amongst you on if and when you are ready to return to in-person meetings, knowing that the vaccination status of people will probably have to be asked, and knowing that you might be in the room with people who are and are not vaccinated. Do you want the audience present? Do we want to have a hybrid model, which means the hybrid model is what Kim and Marissa have been working on. It's the ability for some people to be in the room together and some Zooming without getting all that interference with the sound. And so we do have some people coming into town hall this week or next to help us out with that. But it basically means we'd have one camera on the boardroom, and then people could still watch, they could still Zoom in during, audience business and stuff and participate as well. But our room with 5 to 6 feet between people can hold about 10 of us, maybe 11. And that's not at the dais, because the dais, you're literally within 10 inches, 12 inches of each other. So it's really this is just a discussion for you guys on if you want us to shoot to have a hybrid meeting on the 21st. We think we can be ready by then. Or if you want to continue this model for a while yet.
Why don't we see how much progress is made on the hybrid? And I think that'll give us our answer.
Well, they're telling us we can be ready by the 21st if you want to try to meet in person.
Boy, I sure do. The sooner the better. It's been lonely in this room. Mayor Pro Tem?
Question. So as far as the board is concerned, we would be speaking into microphones and be recorded on the camera in the room as we used to be in the way back in the good old days.
It'd be that wide angle view of the room.
Okay.
And then probably don't have enough space if the staff, meaning myself, the clerk, and if the attorney wants to be there, we wouldn't be in the camera. It would just be you guys, and the rest of us would be joining via this model right here.
Okay.
Trustee Carroll's. Excuse me.
I prefer in person. And as long as we don't have to do that, because I tried that once with the computer there, along with Trustee Caravas and Mayor Angelo, and with 3 computers in the room, it didn't work.
So,
too much
yeah.
interference with the sound. So as long as we're back to speaking into the microphones and recording that way instead of through the computer, I'm fine with it.
Trustee Caravas?
Yeah, I'm good with the hybrid. I would suggest, if staff has time, which I don't know if they do with the place being so full, but the current camera that's behind me, if I move my bald head up there, I'd push it back to the next conduit that's back in the corner behind me further. That'd give you a better view of the room so that maybe you or the attorney could be here in the same room with everybody if you so chose. But it
Well,
would,
we'd be in the room with you. We
Okay.
just wouldn't be on the camera.
I would still
other
move
than
the camera further back. It'd give you a
other
better
than
view of the
this.
room, if
It just,
possible.
yeah, the specialist will work on that part.
Okay, but you know, Nick and I have pretty much been here except when I'm out of town, so
Okay.
we would welcome additional company.
Trustee Law.
Yeah, I'm for it. I think it would be great to have the opportunity to call in remotely if I'm out of town, but I'm happy to come into City Hall or Town Hall. So let's make it so.
Trustee Lowe.
You mean I have to buy pants and shave? Is that what this means?
Yeah, yes, it does.
Yes, I'm fine with it. We can do that. Interesting. Trustee Waugh said about being out of town. I mean, with the hybrid model, I assume we can do it that way. Like if I'm elsewhere and I've got my computer, I can zoom in.
We would have to identify that in our new declaration because it is not allowed unless it's in your declaration. So I guess maybe we will work one up for the 21st so that it could be either for a while longer.
Yeah.
Or maybe indefinitely. Who knows? As we know, this is going to change the way everybody does business. So.
And some communities have permanently changed. And I think we did some minor tweaks to ours, their participation policy with regards to calling in. And a lot of them have set like limits. Whereas like you can zoom in like 3 times or something like that, unless authorized otherwise. Is that something that may be a future agenda item? Is we get past the emergency declaration stage and more to this is now how we do business in town, looking into amending, I think it's like in chapter 2 or something of the code where it talks about that stuff. So it's something to think about.
Trustee Rogan.
Well, I love the idea of in-person meetings. I'm going to throw a little bit of not a wet blanket, maybe a damp blanket on this and say that, we just had Memorial Day, which is really the first big holiday where everybody got together. I would be much more comfortable waiting a little bit, waiting until maybe the first meeting in July, just to see what happens, call me overly cautious. And also, Trustee Lowell told me that I look better on Zoom than I do in person. That's due to the Zoom filter. But I personally, I'm totally fine disclosing my vaccine status, which is that I'm vaccinated, and I would be super much more comfortable knowing everybody else's status in the room, simply because if there is somebody that's not vaccinated in the room, I might choose to wear a mask.
Trustee Miller.
I'd rather stay home.
Trustee Caravas, did you have a comment?
Yeah, basically what you were talking about, Brandon, prior to COVID, because we're a statutory town, aren't we obligated that we could call into a meeting if we weren't here, but we could not place a vote via the teleconference call? Is state statute going to change to allow this to, as people do more travel, more work, whatever in the future? State legislature looking at possibly relaxing some of those rules on statutory towns that if Kenyon, who travels for business quite often, has family issues outside the state, I do, that we can still participate and vote, or eventually will we lose that ability to do that? Since
So
it is a statutory town, we currently required by law cannot vote by not being here in the room.
So Trustee Kuros, you're absolutely correct. That was kind of the status prior to COVID. And if you remember, we talked about this when we first went into COVID, Zoom calls, that the Supreme Court of Colorado made an emergency ruling saying that, oh, no, it's okay now due to COVID, more or less. And so it hasn't been fully enshrined in legislation yet. It was simply a referred question from the General Assembly to the Supreme Court for essentially an advisory opinion. And so maybe that might change at some point, but you're right. It would be the case that you wouldn't be able to vote once the emergency is over. for statutory towns. I don't think the law has changed. It was simply an interpretation by the Supreme Court saying in cases of emergency as such currently exists, we're saying that doesn't apply. So it's a good point and a good reminder.
But so basically we do this hybrid thing, we like it, it goes on until December. Will we get called out on it at some point? Should the Supreme Court say, yeah, emergency's over, we go back to the original rules, or we have to wait for the legislature or the governor to ask, do we not? Or where are we at with that?
I think probably the safest interpretation is once our local emergency expires, then we have to go back to the old way, which is you can participate but not vote unless something changes, unless the General Assembly refers a new question, unless legislation changes, unless the Attorney General's office also has the ability to ask for those, to write those types of opinions. If something like that happened, then we could maybe change course. But I think the safest thing to do is once our local emergency expires, it has to go back to the old way.
Well, would it be prudent for Victoria Simonson or Administrator Simonson to maybe get a hold of CML and say, hey, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, what are you guys doing on this? Can you
That's the attorney group.
Yeah. So the legislative sessions is about over. So I don't think it's going to happen this session. It has to happen next one if it were to happen.
How about this? How about if we gear up a proposal for the 21st for consideration so that that declaration is broad enough that it allows this as well to continue, okay? And then we will work out the details of this hybrid, and maybe if Trustee Rogan's more comfortable, we could start on July 6th after 4th of July, Independence Day, and we start on Independence Day that we come back in person.
I agree with that. I think that Trustee Rogan's suggestion is solid. And that gives us time to really, really study that hybrid.
I think Director Mitchell has something to add from a
Go ahead.
technical perspective, I think.
Go ahead, Kim.
We can't hear you, even though it says you're off. No, we can't hear you. Is July 6th workable for you? Yes, okay.
Okay.
All right, I think we'll work on something for the 21st to bring back to you that includes loosening our current restrictions, but keeps it broad enough that we'll still be eligible for funding and we can continue a hybrid model. How's that sound?
And also per the Mayor Pro Tem's concern about deleting anything that's not relevant anymore, I think.
Sure, that's what I mean. We'll just leave those two things in there for now.
All right. Okay.
Oh, here's what Kim was asking. She says, do we want to keep the public via Zoom, or do you want the room filled with more people?
No. Zoom.
So the public would join via Zoom, including audience business.
Yep.
Okay. We will work on that technology.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your direction.
Madam Clerk, item 5 under general business.
Yes, this is a discussion direction regarding the amendment to the Planet Bluegrass keynotes.
Staff.
So I guess I'll cover this one. So the board may recall that we entered into a comprehensive settlement agreement with Planet Bluegrass and the various Planet Bluegrass entities regarding the minimal letters of understanding and the keynotes, and a variety of disagreements, if you will, concerning those documents. The board approved that agreement pursuant to a resolution. We attempted to obtain signatures on that settlement agreement, and the first response we received from Mr. Craig Ferguson, who was a signatory to the original agreements and is therefore a necessary party to the amendments, was that essentially he would not sign it and had edited it, as you had seen included in the packet, to take him out of that agreement. What you have not seen is that in the latest on Friday, we received another edit from Mr. Ferguson, which I can put on the screen. I think it's this one. Can you see that document?
Yes.
We received another edit from Mr. Ferguson, in which he does sign the agreement, but he does make several edits. These are regarding the releases that are in the settlement agreement. Specifically, he takes out himself from the town's release of the Planet Bluegrass Party, so the town would preserve the right to sue him for past due lodging taxes, failure to provide notice, failure to issue reports and plans. He takes out the town's release of him, which is the town would, excuse me, that he would be able to, his release of the town with regard to the 1999 ALU, the 1999 keynotes, the 2017 ALU, the 2017 farm keynotes, and then town's enforcement of his lodging tax. And so essentially the legal effect would be the town would be able to sue him for the three things listed. He would be able to sue the town for, you know, those 4 documents and the enforcement of lodging tax. Mr. Ferguson also made an edit, which I'll show you, which is you take out the ability, the releases of the town, excuse me, the releases of the Planet Bluegrass parties, including not just himself, but for all the parties, you know, from suing the town for any claim in tort, contract, or violation of the covenant of good faith and fair dealing as they relate to those 4 documents in the collection of sales tax. Essentially what we're asking for is direction on whether or not the board feels these changes are acceptable or not. It's not something that staff make the call of. The board approved this form as is, with all the consideration that Mr. Ferguson would be one of the releasing parties. You know, just the legal effect that we were intending was for it to be a clean slate, that, you know, Planet Bluegrass would, and Mr. Ferguson included, would not sue the town, and the town wouldn't sue him for anything related to these 4 documents in the collection of sales tax. By taking himself out of this document, it's less of a clean slate. The possibility for litigation still exists potentially between the town and Mr. Ferguson personally. You know, with regard to the third edit, which I have on the screen here, it doesn't, from my perspective, doesn't make any sense. You know, that we would not agree that we'd release all the parties from this particular small facet of the 4 documents in the collection of lodging tax. But, you know, as collectively, we just wanted to bring this back to the board for direction, because it is a change from what was approved via resolution. And so I'm just looking for direction from the board on whether or not it feels like it should accept these changes, or whether or not the board declines to do so. And if the board declines to do so, whether it chooses to enforce on the pre-existing keynotes and ALU, or what the next steps are.
Council,
Yes.
what is your recommendation?
I don't believe it's my place in this case. I can advise the board as to what the consequences are of these changes, but I don't think it's my place to make what is essentially a policy call on whether accepting or not these changes. My analysis is that it's unlikely that Mr. Ferguson has any valid claim against the town that wouldn't be covered by governmental immunity. We don't think he has any claim against the town, period. But even if he did, it would probably be precluded by governmental immunity. And likewise, the town unlikely has any claims against him. And so him personally. And so if we wanted to take out his releases, the mutual releases under section 1 that I have on the screen now, that may be acceptable from a legal perspective. But obviously there's concerns over principle and policy that would go with that. I would disagree with the third edit, which is taking out any claim in tort, contract, or violation of the covenant of good faith and fair dealings, because that would apply to all the Planet Bluegrass parties, not just himself personally. Okay. And so I think if Mr. Ferguson wants to take himself out of this document with regard to the releases, that's one thing. Him affecting the rights of the other parties who were acceptable of this language is something else. And so I would disagree with that edit, but I believe it's in the board's hand whether or not it would like to, mutually forego the releases of Mr. Ferguson personally and of the town itself.
Are there any comments by fellow board members? Help me out, town clerk.
And I can end my screen share so you can see
Okay.
better.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'd like to provide board with some further background on this that explains how Mr. Ferguson has explained his refusal to sign this in his individual capacity. Throughout the months really of negotiations between the board subcommittee and Planet Bluegrass and Mr. Ferguson on the potential compromise agreement, it was understood at all times that if we reached an agreement, he would be a party to it. He's a necessary party because he signed the original agreement that we were amending. He owns the property. A number of the changes we made and things that we compromised had to do with the use of the property that he owns the most of. There's, I think, another small percentage owner. Mr. Ferguson delegated Zach Tucker to represent Planet Bluegrass, but claims at the last minute that these releases he wants to change, that no one asked him about it. And he didn't know about it until the last minute. Well, he got that. What happened when we turned the document over, the draft documents over to Mr. Tucker as the representative, when he showed those to Mr. Ferguson, that's between them. But it was always understood that he was going to be a party to the agreement. He had the opportunity to attend the meeting and raise objections at that time. He didn't. There's another aspect of this that I want to inform the board and the public about. Mr. Ferguson sent an email on June the 2nd, so 5 days ago, claiming that he only got his blanket release on the day of the meeting and no one asked him. The next paragraph reads as follows. I'm very intentionally maintaining my personal claims that the town's insurance company has claimed sovereign immunity. And more importantly to me, Browning illegal conduct in dealing with sales tax issues, being unable to follow either the state code or the Lions code. 5 minutes of video, and that's an open and shut case. If Browning were to agree to not run for the board or mayor next term, I will then release the town. So he offered to sign this agreement if I would agree not to run for board again or not to run for mayor. In my opinion, that's, this is my personal opinion as a trustee, that's very close to violating a state bribery statute. And whether one agrees with that conclusion or not, and I say that with regard to a prominent businessman in a town suggesting that his release of financial claims against the town, that he'd be willing to do that if someone would refrain from running for a town position. I think that's attempting to influence a board member's decision, and I think that comes close to bribery. Whether it's actually bribery or not, I have serious reservations about really any citizen, but particularly a prominent businessman, trying to influence the election process of the town of Lyons and trying to influence who would be a candidate or not for an election. Mr. Ferguson's entitled to run for the board. The time he wants to run for the board, I think he did in the past unsuccessfully, but he's not entitled to try to influence me by making legal threats against the town, whether I should run for re-election or run for any particular office or not. So that background in terms of principles and precedent influences where I come out on this. I wanted to inform the rest of the board of that. I'll defer to any questions on that, and then I have some suggestions on what a couple of options would be to deal with this 13th hour, I guess, threat, if you want to call it that, from Mr. Ferguson.
Trustee Brown.
I've had several residents in town indicate to me that they didn't feel that Mayor Pro Tem Browning could be impartial and had personal issues against Craig Ferguson. So I'll just want to throw that out there, that it's being said out there. And, you know, I think this process with Planet Bluegrass has been very drawn out, and I think it's been focused on some things that have created that bad blood. So I'm not saying I agree with Craig or Planet's position, but I guess I just need the entire board to know that there are several people in town that think Mayor Pro Tem Browning, you know, has it out for certain business owners in town. So I'll just leave it out there.
Any additional comments, Trustee Rogan?
So having been part of the subcommittee, I can say that despite whatever public opinion may be, I was in those meetings. And the goal was to come to an agreement that worked for both parties, despite any personal likes or dislikes or whatever. So I trusted the process. I trusted that the town of Lyons would keep our word and that Planet Bluegrass would keep its word. I'll be really interested to hear from Mr. Tucker if that's possible and if he agrees about what happened here. But this was a good faith negotiation. I believe that Mr. Tucker took everything back to Mr. Ferguson, who apparently ultimately agreed to this document. And now at the 11th hour, 12th hour, 13th hour wants to change it for whatever reason he sees this week. I'm really highly disappointed that this has come to this. There's been a lot of work put into this, and having a clean slate would be beneficial to everybody. And I hope that we can convince Mr. Ferguson of that.
Additional comments by the board? I have one. I have one. Because I've probably shared thousands of emails with Trustee Browning, even before I became mayor and while he was on the PCDC and a member of the Board of Trustees. I've served for 10 years on the Board of Trustees. I have never, ever met a person with a higher level of integrity who has the town's best interest always foremost in his mind. So you want to know something? I could care less what 3 people think about this man. I know this man. I know this man like the back of my hand, and his integrity is impeccable. And that comes from him calling me at one of our very first meetings on not abiding by the code. And yet I respect this man so much because that's who he is. That's who he is. Never in all my time on the Board of Trustees have I met a man with a higher level of integrity. Any other comments? Go ahead, sir.
Brandon?
Yes.
Based on what Mayor Pro Tem Browning read to you, someone trying to influence a vote, state statutes, where do we fall on something like that? Is it truly criminal, borderline criminal? What?
That's not for me to say. That'd be for a district attorney to decide.
You have to be what?
A district attorney would make a charging decision in that. And I'd be reluctant to say whether it approaches that or not for fear of influencing that decision.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes,
Tucker has his hand raised.
okay. We'll now hear from Mr. Tucker, and hopefully he can answer Trustee Rogan's question.
Hey, can everybody hear me all right?
Yep.
Great. Yeah, so I, of course, brought everything from our discussions to Craig, and we discussed, and it was, I think, after further ponderance, it was the nature of that whole agreement that it did come together rather quickly. But that was kind of all of us working together to make it happen in time for a meeting. So he reviewed it prior to our discussion, but I think after further review, he saw that he wasn't happy with the personal release. And I think he reads the agreement as a personal release of everything from all time, not just a personal release related to the specific items stated in the keynotes, or stated the specific items that this resolution is dealing with. And so while I had the authority to act on behalf of PB Farm and Planet Bluegrass, I was not there to act on Craig's behalf. So that is kind of where he's getting a little bit stuck on this. And the reason he wanted to strike those items from that is he didn't want to give up a personal release of everything from all time. And so I guess, can you clarify, Attorney Dittman, if this is just a release related to the specific items within this? And I suppose that would still be a release related to every possible keynote claim in the past. Is that correct?
The document is very clear. It only relates to the 4 documents and the town's enforcement of its tax policy, the lodging tax specifically, I believe. And I can pull up that language for you, but it's not a general release of all claims forever. It's just as it relates to those 4 documents and the town's enforcement of its taxes. And that's it.
Okay. Well, so I think his worry is that there's a lot that the documents encompass related to these properties. And well, as you mentioned, Attorney Dittman, I don't think there's any plans or intentions for action on this. He doesn't want to have a blanket release like that. So I think our hope with this was not to throw a wrench in this, but I guess my hope was that we could remove Craig's blanket release and still move forward with the resolution and the agreement. So I hope that provides a little bit of clarity, and I'm happy to try to answer some questions if that would help.
Are there any questions? Trustee Rogan.
So, Zach, I understand what you're saying, and I understand that Craig's saying that given some time to think about it, he thought that he didn't want to provide a blanket release personally. And then I also heard you say that he's not intending to take any action against the town and all that. But honestly, my feeling is I have a really hard time trusting him at his word right now. And so I'm wondering if you could provide any more context or if anybody else has thoughts on that.
I mean, I can't speak for Craig as an individual and for anything that he would want to do. But this is not brought about with the intention of protecting with some kind of malintent towards a case or anything that I'm aware of for bringing anything against the town. I'm not aware of anything like that. I think it's more about not wanting to lock himself into this for the future.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on something that Attorney Dittman said. The document is absolutely clear. This is not a blanket release against the town. It's a release relating to the 1999 ALU, the 1999 keynotes, 2017 farm ALU, 2017 farm keynotes and the town enforcement of its lodging tax. That's all. It's not a blanket release. That's simply false. So the town didn't ask him for a blanket release. So that reason doesn't exist. My further comment is this, and I'll put this out there so that the members of this board who in the past have recused themselves from or been accused from certain aspects of Planet Bluegrass issues may wish to consider the next part of this discussion. But I have two suggestions for dealing with this refusal to sign the agreement. Number one is that this agreement is not binding on the town, and it's not at the moment because not all parties have signed it. But this board should direct staff to proceed to collect the 2019 lodging taxes, penalties, and interest that would have been compromised under this agreement had it been signed, and that they do so by the end of business on this Friday. If they have not received, actually, that they do this on Friday afternoon this week, if they have not received a full signed agreement from Mr. Ferguson and all other parties by noon on Friday. And my second suggestion is that the board direct staff to set a future agenda item for either June 21st or the first weekend in July to consider the suspension or revocation of Planet Bluegrass's liquor licenses in advance of the summer festivals for violations of the municipal code. Liquor license can be suspended for violations of the municipal code, and right now Planet Bluegrass stands in violation of the municipal code because it hasn't paid its 2019 lodging taxes. So that's going to be my suggestion. I will make it in the form of a motion, but I wanted to state where I was going first so that the members who may have conflicts of interest can consider recusal.
Further comments?
I think we need questions and no questions in a second.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear it, man.
You stated that in the form of a motion, right? So you're looking for a second?
For motions, but I wanted to do that precursor of where I intend to go so that anyone who wishes to recuse themselves can do so. And if they don't want to recuse, if the two trustees in question do not wish to recuse themselves, then this board needs to have another discussion about whether recusal should be mandatory, as we've discussed before.
So I'm confused. Do you have a motion on the floor?
No. If you wish to delay your decision on that, I'll be glad to put it in the form of a motion.
I think what, if I may just try to clear up what's going on, is I think Mayor Pro Tem Browning would like to put a motion on the floor, but he'd just like to give trustees the opportunity to recuse themselves before he does so, if you so feel that you should recuse yourself under the town's ethics code.
I would like to put on the record that I have worked for Planet Bluegrass very part-time, and I have spent thousands of hours working for the town, or 1,000 hours working for the town, and I have every ability to vote unbiased. So I will not be recusing myself.
Okay. I guess we'll deal with this one at a time.
I will make a statement as well. I believe that the 2019 taxes in question involve camping at a location of which I am a minority partner in. So I will recuse myself, and I will be leaving the meeting, and I will see everyone in 2 weeks. Good night.
Okay. With respect to Trustee Miller, we had this discussion once before, and I guess if we should take up recusal first, I'll make a motion that the board under the ethics code recuse her for the same reasons that we did once before.
I'll second that.
And that, just to be clear for the record, that reason is conflict of interest or the appearance of a conflict of interest. Is that correct?
Yes, under the ethics code, and I can go pull up ethics code, but it was all put into the record once before.
Any further discussion? There's been a motion and a second. I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Yes, on the need to recuse.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Yes.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye, yes.
Trustee Lowell,
Yes.
and Trustee Rogan.
No.
Does Trustee Miller get to vote?
She can if she so wishes.
Trustee Miller,
Obviously, I'm gonna say no.
Motion passes 4-2. You'll have to recuse yourself, Trustee Miller. Okay.
I would like to offer a motion that we direct staff to send a demand letter as provided in the Lyons Municipal Code for past due lodging taxes from the 2019 festivals and pre-festival events. And if that letter go out by the end of the week, if the staff has not received by noon on Friday a fully signed version of the settlement agreement that was approved by this board previously.
I'll second it. Any discussion?
Yeah, if I may.
Go ahead.
Well, I understand the intent of this. To me, quite honestly, it feels like another quid pro quo. And I don't feel good about voting for it. I mean, we could try to force Craig's hand at this and wind up in a months-long battle, depending on how much energy he has to devote to this. So I'm going to be voting no on this motion. And I have another recommendation, which I can either give now or after the vote on this motion.
Any further comments? Trustee Lowe.
I agree with Trustee Rogan. I certainly am shocked by the email that Mayor Pro Tem Browning read to us, but I am way over doing a tit for tat on this. I know what the intent is. I just don't like it. I just don't like playing this game.
Any other comments? What I find fascinating.
Mayor Pro Tem has his hand raised, sir.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to wait because I have the floor.
That's all right.
What I find fascinating is that we spent so much time and energy on this, on what I felt was a really, really great agreement, and we bent over backwards to make it work. This wasn't something that was hurried. This is something that took a long time to come up with, and we compromised. We compromised. That is the essence of governing. And what did we get for it? What did we get for it? Nothing. So I'm definitely going to vote for the motion. It's a matter of principle to me. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I don't like having to take a step like this either. I particularly don't like revisiting this whole process that took months. But, and I understand Trustee Rogan's and Trustee Lowell's reluctance to do this, but having negotiated in good faith literally 4 months. And as the mayor said, having compromised big dollar claims that the town has against Planet Bluegrass and given in on point after point after point on the keynotes in order to reach an agreement. And I would add, having ignored and not brought to the attention of this board or the public, multiple personal insulting emails that I received from Craig Ferguson because I didn't want to personalize this. I wanted to focus on the taxes that were due to the town and on Planet Bluegrass's non-compliance with the longstanding contracts with the town. I left all those out of the record. So I did what I could to avoid making this personal. Having done all that in good faith and having brought an agreement to the board that compromised a number of interests of this town, I simply don't think it's possible at this point to negotiate or sit down and reason in good faith with Mr. Ferguson. We did that for months and we gave him a very fair agreement, a big compromise. So my reading of this is the only way that you're going to get Craig Ferguson to do what was agreed to be done in this agreement is to force him into a tough decision. And then if he refuses to sign, he'll be looking at a process that's outlined in the code. It's not something I made up, it's in the municipal code. That the town staff is authorized to estimate taxes if need be, to demand for taxes. If they're not paid, then they can follow that up by filing liens against the property. This is all spelled out in the code. It doesn't require a lawsuit. I don't want to go there. That's why we compromised all these claims. We could have done that at any time since 2019 and didn't. And we, in this agreement, waived our rights to go down this route. But that wasn't enough, unfortunately, for Mr. Ferguson. So I simply know no other way to try to get this thing resolved. I still want it resolved on the good faith basis that we negotiated. But I don't want to just leave it sitting there where we have no binding agreement. The taxes are still owed. We still have the notes that they're not complying with. So we're back in the limbo we were in for the last 2 years if we can't get this agreement signed. And I agree with Attorney Dittman that in particular the attempted deletion of that one phrase as to tort claims and so forth is inappropriate. We shouldn't. I don't trust Mr. Ferguson not to file a suit, put it that way. So I'm very reluctantly come to this position, but this is the way I think we have a shot at getting this thing resolved. And if he refuses to sign it, then we start the process and let it take its course. And he can decide to sign it at any time pretty much, and we can decide to let it go as was being done for many years. But at this point, I think that this is an unfortunate step that needs to be taken.
Any other comments by the board?
Trustee Rogan has her hand raised.
Yeah, Trustee Rogan. Trustee Rogan.
Yes, thank you. So I would like to discuss a motion that I would make should Mayor Pro Tem's motion not pass. And that would be another round of this where we ask Mr. Ferguson if he would be willing to sign if we accepted his edits that remove him personally. As Attorney Dittman said, there's a very low chance of anything happening with that. But we reject his edit that about the tort. That's a compromise I'd be willing to make. I don't know how the rest of the board might feel about that, but I wanted to throw that in as an alternative before we take this vote.
There's a motion and a second on the floor. We'll have to vote on that first. Any further comments? If not, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
No.
and trustee Rogan.
No.
The motion carries 3-2. You had another motion, trustee?
No, on further thought, I think I will hold off on making that motion tonight.
Okay.
And just state that it will be my intent at the next meeting to request an agenda item on suspending or revoking Planet Bluegrass's liquor license. That's something I wouldn't have to actually request until what's the next meeting, June 21st, I suppose. And there would still be time to consider that in early July. So I'll just state on the record, it's my intent to request that agenda item if this agreement is not signed, and I'll leave it at that and not actually make a motion tonight.
Okay. Trustee Rogan?
Well, I think, and maybe Attorney Dittman can advise, but I think the motion that just passed of Mayor Pro Tem Browning's kind of negates the need for me to make mine.
I think it kind of moots your motion,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
For your motion, at least.
Yeah. So I won't be making that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. That's the direction of the board.
And the direction being that if Mr. Ferguson does sign the agreement, the direction of staff is to not send the demand letter. Is that correct?
That was my intent in the motion, yes.
Okay, just so everyone's clear.
Yes. All right. Future agenda items. Mayor Pro Tem, I know you have a couple.
You mean the things that we talked about at the agenda meeting this afternoon?
Yeah.
So, yeah, one of them is pretty simple in that Attorney Dittman and I talked about this. There's a nuisance process that if it's ever invoked by the town of trying to clear up any kind of a nuisance on property, there's a little bit of discrepancy in the code right now about whether that process ends up in state district court or in municipal court. And I think it would be a very simple fix to clarify that those disputes end up in municipal court and to basically, and that's where we did a lot of fixing earlier this board term on our remedies provisions for various things under the code, and we directed them into municipal court. And this would be consistent with that. It's generally more convenient for all parties and expense saving if things go to municipal court rather than district court. So that would be one future agenda item. Another one that we discussed that with the town administrator and town clerk this afternoon is meeting with the two town planners to try to fix some things in the site plan development plan review process. That there are some inconsistencies and uncertainties in the code. The PCDC pointed out a couple of those prior to at our joint workshop, I guess, last meeting. There are a few others that I don't think the PCDC or the staff has really focused on. But we talked about in our agenda meeting this afternoon, sitting down with the two town planners, going through that with them, and perhaps revising those portions of the development plan and site plan review process, and addressing the things the PCDC brought up as well, to try to simplify and clarify, and maybe streamline in a couple of respects the development plan process to try to shorten that. So both of those things, I think, were the things we talked about this afternoon.
Okay. Anything else by anybody? All right. Summary of action items, Madam Clerk.
Okay, I have got number 1, install the monitor above the new outfall ASAP. A proposal for the board to review for Ralph and the Visitor Center. A potential executive session for Honeywell at the next board meeting. A resolution ratifying the decision on the community garden with conditions. A resolution updating the COVID emergency resolution to include the hybrid model meetings. Resume in-person meetings for the July 6th meeting. And lastly, notify Mr. Ferguson of the board's decision that agreement needs to be signed by end of day Friday.
Administrator Simonson, do you have anything to add?
Just a couple. Following up with, I think it's the community garden folks regarding the perennials and annual situation. I want to follow up on this this issue of the Z-Trip vouchers. I'll make sure you guys get a follow-up email on that tomorrow. And some form of appreciation for Greg Edding when he gives his resignation on the Planning Commission. Mayor, I don't know if you're going to appoint a subcommittee to the EVC Eastern Corridor Group or what the exact follow-up, but it says the mayor may appoint a subcommittee to that. And
Discuss that. We'll discuss that in the future.
okay, I just was one of my items. And I think that's, and then a couple items from the workshop in regard to broadband. I had, there were some economic models, return on investment and customer feedback on municipal providers that Attorney Dittman's going to follow up on.
Yeah, Ken was going to provide some literature on different models and then also on customer feedback surveys. I know we have that stuff on the shelf somewhere, so it's not going to cost the town any money. So that was one item. The other item, of course, is the ordinance is brought by Mayor Pro Tem Browning concerning municipal court. Already planning on having that on the next agenda. It should be a pretty simple ordinance.
Okay.
And then, of course, the demand letter if Mr. Ferguson does not sign the agreement.
Okay. Any other comments by the Board of Trustees? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a second. Second. I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
and Trustee Davis.
All right.
Before everyone leaves, just know that the July meeting would usually be July 5th, but that is the day we observe July 4th since it falls on a Sunday. So the meeting will be July 6th.
Okay.
So you have an extra long weekend to go plan
Oh,
something.
good. Thank you, everybody. Good night.